Good morning, everybody. How we doing? Yeah, there's an intro now. So good morning for GameStop, pushing back into 108. Okay, volume. We have FTDs due today from ETFs. T plus 9 plus 35 from January 21st was the expiration for leaps. So it could be spicy. It may not be, but the market's coming up, so we'll have some active funds pushing a little bit against that CNS flow, and that should give us some positive price action. Each day is one day closer to Matt Core's production level. Yeah, but the difference is I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Should move the Dolby thing from the outro to the intro. The THX thing? You're not wrong. That should give us positive price action. So dip then, not a lot of shares borrowed this morning. Some returned, not a lot available either. BBBY undergoing some of the things we saw last year, down 1 million shares to borrow already, with the borrow rate already doubling since Monday. Any June contract buy-in opportunities now? Sure. You can target the higher. There's not a lot. There's less confidence in the higher channel for Caterpillar. Here, I'll pull it up so you can see. So as we move into this higher channel, there's another resistance up here around oh, it's kind of breaking through it now, but it's around 212. If we get some volume traded above that, then the move up to like 220, 225 is a little better. It does need to consolidate. It may not, though. So there's still a chance to enter cat. Ivy's a little elevated. At this point, I kind of prefer in the money calls, just because there's less confidence in the movement as the price continues up. Potentially, it can break this downward channel and, you know, start to move up into, you know, the 230, 240, 250 range. And that's the benefit of getting Junes, is that you can kind of hang out for a long time if it takes some time for it to do that. What do you think amount of DRS shares will be at earnings? I've said before, 8 to 12 million, somewhere in there, or at least very close to that. Discord muted. Oh shit. Sorry, Discord people. You've been able to explain all prior runs with your cycles theory. I see no other reasonable explanation for the runs. Keep up the great work, Gherk. Thanks, man. I've tried. Price target for AMD calls. What's AMD pushing up to in the pre-market? 109. I haven't done the TA on AMD. It wasn't really something I was playing this week. It was kind of incidental. Now that it's finally broken back up into this descending channel, off this bounce, this needs adjusted. So give me a second. Not a huge fan of that either. A little better. Say, I would say that the next important breakout is around 111. It really needs to break 111. If it can break 111, ding ding, by the way. If it can break 111, 120 is going to be the next important test. Where did it go? What's your position on BBBY, or are you chasing? I have 5,200 shares at 24.48. And I have 20 January 2023 leaps at $20. So my cost basis, not so great for the shares, but the leaps I got in at a decent price, which is helping. Check the cute popcorn trader. DN 115, GN 110. Delta sensitivity 116, in line with the put call OI reversal. Thanks, Brave. I appreciate that, dude. If you're here. I want to see why your neutral is so high. Interesting. Are you a GME bag holder? No, my GME cost basis is still lower than the current price. For now. Do you think this is 2% up today? Is quantitative easing or organic buying? I think it's buying. Is oil coming down yet? Check it. Interesting. I think the DRS shares reported will be 100 million. That would actually be hysterical. That is stale. Happy birthday, Jen Jen. Ooh. Nice buy opportunities. I wonder if it's moving down with oil. Curious. How do you feel about $25 weeklies on BBBY? Might not be terrible. I might have different theories on why RC's tweeting about Bed Bath & Beyond. OG. Two things that would be more hilarious than DRS being reported 100 million. DRS number having dropped. DRS number is not reported at all. Just saying. I think doing a percentage of what everyone DRS doesn't really tell us a lot, right? It just gives us a rough estimate. I feel like the actual, like the bot's probably better than that. What secrets? Share your pickles theory, man. I don't know why people are so into this fucking stock. It just went up because gas prices went up. Why would a $1 a share fucking electric vehicle manufacturer be worth anything? Ever. If they ever want a future, they need to probably release shares. Their float's only 22 million. Over short, sure. But if they were able to maintain that short, you know, in November at $15, I'm sure they can continue to do so at $1. Don't keep your secrets. What are your RC tweet theories? I'll write a DD about it this weekend. Don't keep secrets. What are your RC tweet theories? Nerberpoo, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream's over. Thanks, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Ukraine banned exports of wheat. Yeah, but India's stepped in and was like, we don't care if we feed our people. We want to sell wheat at a high price. So that was cool. Posted to Super Stunk. They love RC tweet theories. No, you. RC headed for hostile takeover of BBBY. Maybe. Hey, Pickle Man. Did you watch episode 2 of Gaming Wall Street? No? Is that shitty HBO documentary? It was so bad. Why would I? I could barely get through the first fucking episode. TDS of 486,000 shortable shares on Fidelity. Is someone offering a rope for shorts to hang themselves? That seems like an awful lot of shares available. Yeah. Hey, DDS climbing back up to my cost basis. Woo! Picking up at 34. What's the Icon doc on HBO last night? Do you see potential for RC to become a similar figure in today's markets? He's doing some similar things. That documentary kind of glances over a lot of what Icon does, but there's a lot more to be known about his particular strategies. The second episode isn't so full of pores. You'll feel safer watching it. Episode 2 was better. I'll probably watch it at some point. Yeah, a lot of people brought that up, Grizzled. I think we'll see a consistent $1 spread on GME in the near future. We're at about $1 right now. Congrats, Mokachobi. Just refresh the stream, Fly High. Join the new subreddit. Which one do I pick? Oh, or at least I have ceased to use our Dillionaires. There was a issue with the current admin who set it up. And so I won't be putting anything over there anymore. Everything from now on will be on r/pickle financial. Maybe this run up before earnings day will be much more aggressive and shorter compared to other run ups. That's possible. Price target on BBBY end of year. I'd like to see it hit around $80. Is being rich a better aphrodisiac than being good looking? I don't know. Have they thought about taking volatility based options positions for earnings plays? Have you thought about? Yeah, I have. I think BBY is avoiding RC because if they start to do something, it admits fault. Right? I would argue being rich gets you more in life than being good looking, but I genuinely feel that it's closer than we think. It's possible. Do you think pre-market buy pressure will add some positive pressure to CNS today? I mean, we're not dropping a lot, so that's good. Is the market kind of stagnating a little bit at open? Yeah. So if the market starts to come up and we start to get a little more like active fund pressure, I think we'll have a good day. Yes. My goal is to be poor and terrible looking, and I'm well on my way. Congratulations, Popcorn Trader. I want to estimate total share ownership based upon individual DRS percent, i.e., do we own the float? I'm still in bed, not making coffee today. I'm too tired. Here's funds for store-bought coffee. And please keep it today. Keep it down today. Too much hootenanny on the channel. Damn kids, my... What? 1 second, Steely Dan. I'll get back to your question. Damn kids, my lawn? All right, Bithead. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Well, I see some initial problems with this. One, I can only put 4 options on the YouTube poll, right? And so the spread's going to be very wide. Two, I couldn't think of a worse place to try to get like a average DRS total. And then, so the results are going to be likely biased. And then 3, I don't want to do the estimate. Are you going to do it? If you want to do the estimate, I'll fucking do the poll. I don't care. Here. I did respond to the letter. They basically said thanks, but we don't need your help. He's gonna take over BBBY for sure. Probably. No, MOASS isn't going to become less likely because of a volatile bear market. If anything, I think it would become more likely as the VIX rises up. Poll needs 0%. Just don't vote on it. Then we can use the average number of viewers. Redo a 0, fine. I don't know what spread I'm supposed to use because I only get 4 fucking options. You selling covered calls? Yeah. Zero, 15, 30, 50. That's too many. I can only put 4. That poll had as much clarity as a turd for a graph. Okay, yeah, that actually works. Well, no, it doesn't. Maybe if I do... There we go. Personal. I've accumulated almost 1,000 shares over the last year. I made some and lost some on call options. Never sold a covered call. Can you walk me through the mechanics of it? I feel like I could be making money. Covered call is pretty simple. You sell a call option at a chosen strike. As long as the price of the stock, the underlying, remains below that strike, you will not face an assignment or you won't have your shares called away. If the price goes above that strike, then you will sell your shares at the strike price and also collect plus whatever premium you collected from the option. Nope. So the risk with a covered call is if the price of the stock runs up, then you can lose your shares while the price keeps going up. You forgot to mention that you want to sell a covered call at the top, or you don't think it will rise much further. That's not necessarily true, right? If you're selling at the top, it can consolidate and keep pushing up, which creates risk. I don't know why we're talking about it again. Somebody asked if we could do a poll on the percentage of shares DRS'd by people in the chat. As soon as the price goes above the strike price, there's a certain percentage over the strike price. No, it's as long as it's above it. You can get called away. You may not. I mean, if it's like a few cents above it, or like even $1 above it, you might not have your shares called away. But if it's in the money, the risk of it being called away is very, very high. Low volume days can be easy to game if you have the stomach and time to monitor. Sell the market maker at the peak of the rip, then close out during the dip. Do you think they will release their puts end of week? Maybe. Do you think that was a good time to buy into blue chips and the market will continue to fall? I can see the market continuing to fall for a little while longer. NFT marketplace announcement coming next week. NFT dividend? Oh, Jesus. If someone is 100% in options, there's no dividend, correct? I mean, you can exercise the options and get the dividend. But no one's giving out an NFT dividend. Dividends are fungible. NFTs are not. Let's start with solving that issue first. We do a poll for what people... there is a solution. You tokenize an NFT. and release the tokens as the dividend. But it's not going to happen. What if I sell out of the money CC to one of these SSD gens and they exercise while it's still out of the money and you're fucked? I mean, you'll be able to buy your shares back for less. So that's cool. I got PDT restricted. How? What? Savory oatmeal with butter, salt, pepper, 2 poached eggs on top. Yes or no? I guess you can if you want to. If no NFT dividend, perhaps a regular one. That wouldn't be a very good look for a company going through a transformation and trying to grow. Are you looking at weekly CCs into earnings? Or are you going to go further out than that? I'm trying to figure out what date I want to sell so that weeklies I hedge with aren't just as pricey. Weekly CCs into earnings? Yeah. Yep. Just weeklies. Hedged with other weeklies. Trying to trade BBBY on the fateful day. Ah, I see. I still don't understand how with your account balance that you can get PDT'd. Is it like a different account? Just deposit the money. Overstock did it. Yeah, they did. It's worked out so well for them. I haven't. Toilet wine. I would be out here looking for a dividend, and I'm just looking for an ounce of forward-looking guidance. Oh. The hoops you have to jump through to not exercise an in-the-money contract these days. Not getting assigned on in-the-money is extremely rare. Either they get auto-sold before market close or auto-exercised. I mean, when you're selling contracts, it's a little bit different. You're usually the buyer of those contracts as a market maker, and if they're in the money, they'll exercise them. If you have 0 shares of GME, only options is that 0 shares DRS or 100% of the shares DRS. Yeah. What's with the DRS pools? Are you going all in? I wouldn't. I would never DRS a share at this point. I don't see any way for a short hedge fund to boof OPEX, manage futures, and handle XRT dividend rebalance without running GME. Am I wrong? We'll see. Is it difficult? Yeah. Can they do it? Maybe. It's time to buy. See, the problem with that though is like that 7% can be made of people with like 5 shares of GameStop. Or like, yeah, I've registered 100% of my shares. Was it just completely a left-handed intraday cup and handle? Learned that from DRS as a strategic investment. For GME covered calls, what strike price, what percentage above the current price do you usually go? I mean, I usually use like technical analysis to determine where the upper boundary of a trend is, and then I would sell outside of that. I mean, that's how I sell covered calls on other stocks. I don't really sell covered calls on GameStop very often, but that would be probably the same thing. Why do we have to keep talking about this? NFT dividends are a terrible idea because it's a dividend that isn't currency based. We don't have to keep talking about it. This just gets brought up a lot. It's going to get the company sued into oblivion. Yeah. Lastly, Overstock did a crypto dividend and still were sued so much. Stop bringing it up. It's dumb. I'm not disagreeing with you, man. But people want to know why it's dumb. And that's a whole nother fucking basket of shit you have to deal with because they've been brainwashed into thinking that NFT dividends are a realistic plausibility. Not enough people DRS is why we haven't MOASSed. Sure. I have 900 shares and plan to DRS none of them. 100% correct is 100% correct. I do not need another institution between me and selling. I mean, at this point, it's not even the institution in between me and selling. It's just that if GameStop continues to fail cycles and trade flat, I'm gonna sell fucking covered calls, which I can't do from computer share. So do you know Kenny's Venmo account? I'm just gonna send him my cash straight away. I mean, it's very unlikely that Citadel is writing the majority of options for GameStop. They are not the DRM through CBOE. They're the DMM through NYSE, which presents other issues like internalization. But if someone asks again, let's just point them to a clip or a video explaining why it's dumb. I probably have one. What's a realistic plausibility, in your opinion? Ryan Cohen. Currently, Ryan Cohen attempts to buy other companies that are also short in the ETF basket, putting a squeeze on FTDs, and then exercises his control of ownership at the peak. Remember when DFE DRS'd his mini shares? Be like DFE. No, I don't. DFE is probably selling fucking $50,000 worth of covered calls a week. It's hilarious that your answer to the cycles being wrong is that you're going to take a bearish stance on GME. It's not my answer to the cycles being wrong. It's my answer to them not covering their obligations on the cycles. And it's not bearish if it's week by week. But if they manage to drag this out through the extent of time that they can without covering anything, then the stock is going to trade flat, which means I should be making money on the shares I own, right? That would provide me with more money to buy more shares, to make more money on those shares that I can then use to buy more shares. Compounding your position because your stock is trading flat is not bearish. It's just a realization that if these cycles fail and continue to fail without being covered, then the price is not going to go up anytime soon. Should I not take advantage of that? We all know that Moonwind writes the majority of options on GME. GME called a short squeeze a sideshow and invested in GME for the fundamentals. Yeah. And if you're a long-term investor, you sell covered calls unless your stock provides a dividend, or you do both. I remember when you were against CCs. I remember when the potential for GameStop to run out of the blue was higher. Things change, right? Yeah, no problem, James. The volume candle had all the trades just magically matched without moving price. It's probably a straddle. Wheat dead. It's possible. I'm actually gonna close these 14s. I'm gonna move it down. I still think there's potential in the long term, but right now, maybe I'll just leave them open. It's a tough call. So Ukraine stopped the export of wheat. India is picking up the slack a little bit. But it's hard to say how fast I'll get to market. So it might ease prices right now, but I can see them still climbing into quarter two. I'm not sure I want to continue holding $14 calls on wheat. I feel like maybe I'm better off averaging down. I need to think about it. What's wheat at? 1043. How much do I need to donate to get the Tesla dead guy permabanned? I mean, Victor's been here since like day one. You ever feel like you're teaching a class of PhD candidates and kindergartners all in the same room at once? I kind of sometimes feel like I'm teaching a class of high schoolers and kindergartners at the same time. And like occasionally, like a PhD candidate comes in and picks their kid up. I hate you because your investment strategy differs from mine. Fall in line and be like the rest of us. Never. You said last week you only had 5 shares. When are you going to add to that? Over time. Don't start trying to fucking moonwind me and asking me what strikes are safe on your covered calls. It's your risk and it's not my fucking responsibility. How much do I need to donate? Ask that. Tesla dead or not? Victor, I don't fucking know, man. I don't care. It's flat. I don't know what it's gonna do. It's flat on a resistance. It's either gonna move to the upside with the market or it's gonna stay stagnant or drop with the market. I assume that's why you need to ask in the first place. But yeah, I don't know what it's gonna do. What, you change your opinion based on data? What wizardry is this? And can we send lots to SS? Looks like AMD wants to break 109. Yeah, it can. AMD actually doesn't look bad for a move up into that higher channel and test of that 120 resistance. but the market's going to need to at least stay stable for it to pull it off. If the market dips again, AMD will as well. So be warned if you have like 105 weeklies. You should be protecting your profits. Before I got in, I assumed the idea was to not comply with their game the way they intended. So maybe you should take advantage of GME trading flat. Got to be flexible. Hey Greg, how do I sell covered calls on nickel? Asking for a friend, I swear. US steel moving, ticker X. Is X spiking up? Ooh. That might not even be like a bad chase. 30.50. March 11. I don't like that. March 18. I think if I buy them on here, I won't be able to sell by tomorrow though. Go to GFE. Hold on. Let me look at something here. Breaks out there. Ooh. Okay, that. If it pushes up through 30.50, it looks very good. I like 30.50s. Probably March 18. Quick in and out. Interesting. Hmm. One sec, I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. GameStops and Bed Bath and Beyonds because so many. You can get that video game if I can get this home good conversations equals increased sales through both companies. I don't think that'll happen, but BBBY's ownership of their properties and warehouses is compelling. Did Moonwind take all the salted caramels from your nut mix? Probably. All right, is this sufficient, Steely? I'm gonna end this. You're spamming the chat. Yeah, Victor, you gotta knock that off, man. Like, if you ask and I see it, fine, but I really don't care if you're day trading Tesla or what it's doing. How do I sell CCs with 20 shares? You can't. Fairly simple answer. If they're at 20 million DRS, there's no way with all the brokers, more than 25% of the float should be DRS. It will cause more buying for sure. All right. Any thoughts on BBBY strategy? Yes. I'm working on a write-up already, kind of covering that. I don't know if I should get my 140cc for 328, but I'm down. I'm 60% down. Thoughts? Sold a 140 covered call for 328 and you're up 60%? I'm confused. Is it just a 140 call? Like a long call? Because you wrote CC, Marco. Maybe you can clarify that for me. If you have a 140 call for 328, I mean, and you're down 60%, you could roll it if you want to throw a little extra capital after it. Do they own or lease? They own quite a lot of property. Their assets are like $7.79 billion. They have a lot of debt, but their assets are significantly greater value than the company itself. How do I sell CCs from a 401k? You got to talk to the manager. I know you can sell them from an IRA, but I'm not sure if you can sell them out of a 401k. Any preference on brokers to sell CCs? Not really. Any new thinking on how they are avoiding OPEX exposure? If not, is there any data we should we hunting to gain hunting to gain insights, or is it just wait and see for now? Is there any new thinking? I mean, they're simply not covering their OPEX exposure. We have a lot of things happening on the 18th, so that looks to be important, right? We have XRT, dividend, and rebalance. XRT dividend, S&P index rebalance, which XRT is part of. We have futures expiration. And the day before, we have GME earnings on the 17th. If I were Ryan Cohen, I might want to put a lot of pressure on this the day before. Victor dead? No, he'll still be here. This isn't the first time we've had this conversation. I can post questions 5 times and never get seen, but Tesla dead guy gets an answer all day, every day. That's not true. Some days I just ignore him because I don't want to look at Tesla. Which is, ironic given that I sell weeklies on Tesla basically every Monday morning. Do you think Jimmy ever makes it to the S&P 500? Not anytime soon. Thank you for letting me pester you about earning CCs. Trying to shape my strategy as much as I can. Maybe a good hedge is to buy half as many weeklies as I sell, but nearer the money. It is. The nearer the money you are, right? Like the more the value of those will increase versus the out of the money calls you've sold, right? Which means that you have a stronger hedge. You may be able to fudge the numbers a little bit, not much, because you're still locked into weeklies, but it also depends on how much IV spikes into earnings. It can spike quite a bit. I am wary, though, given RC's timing of the earnings, to do, like, I'm not going to do a lot of covered calls. And I'm definitely going to make sure that I have cash on hand to buy them back. Because if he's even sort of doing what I think he might be doing, then GameStop could go up quite a bit. You can also straddle earnings if you buy farther dated calls, and then you don't really have to worry about the direction it runs. You'll just simply limit your gains a bit. Fractional covered calls, interesting. I'm sure Robinhood will get right on that. They're already trying to push lower value calls, which you can find on some stocks that have had undergone a split or a reverse split. But they've already, CBOE's already talked about that frequently in the past, like calls that are worth 50 shares or 25 shares of the underlying. When do you expect GB announcement of their project? I thought they expected late Q4, early Q1. Imagine there's a reason for the delay. I don't expect Ryan Cohen to announce anything until it's completed and ready to be released, especially after his letter to BBBY. Including zeros brings the DRS average up to 13.9% average ownership, or 7.2 times DRS shares to float ownership. Okay. RC's tweet from way back about pillow fights and 60s music has a new meaning. Cost must be a part of this. Interesting. It is, in a way. Except cost insiders will just be complicit in continuing to allow shorts off the hook because it drives money into their pockets. Let's buy back all CCs on 317 to avoid the risk. Potentially. What's he doing? Will it be in this write-up you mentioned? Yes. I'll do a video too for those of you that can't read or claimed to be unable to read. Not a share buyback necessarily. I don't think RC wants to do a share buyback. I haven't snook catcher because I want to lay it out in a DD in a concise way, and I don't want it to be all over the place because it's a complex strategy, but it's possible it's what he's doing, and there's still more research I need to do to confirm it. So right now it's a little speculative. Yeah, everybody always has a good feeling about them not crashing the price after earnings, but I mean, they'll probably try. RC gonna write a letter to Express this Sunday? That'd be fucking hysterical. Please don't give away RC strategy publicly. If there's any chance short hedge funds could learn and work to avert it in some way. Many thanks for what you teach us. Oh, I don't think it's anything that short hedge funds wouldn't already be aware of. I don't know, maybe I presume too much of them. What do you think about San X Naked, but now on electric sector? I mean, they're in the same basket. I don't think they have the same short positions. They're not as heavily shorted. Remember we bought April 200p at last earnings and then sold them almost immediately at 150, 160? Good times. God, I wish I fucking held those. Dude, I bought 50 180s and they would have been so fucking deep in the money. I was like, 150, we're totally gonna bounce here. We always do. Nope. Greg figure out that for hedge funds knowing that's the most likely timeline. These include charts in your DD. Not that I understand them, but I do like colors and pictures. Okay. Take a hit since they're being reported as still doing business in Russia. Unlikely. Did Express have the next highest SI percent in XRT basket? Express have the next highest SI percent in the XRT basket? No, but as far as valuation goes, it would be one of the next ones down. If you were to buy into another one, I would say it would be Express or DDS, and DDS would be expensive, so. And then during a run, you could have sold them all to de-hedge 5,000 GME shares. Yep. I don't want to think about it. When you're a billionaire, sometimes when you try to go clothes shopping, you just accidentally buy a whole retailer. AMD about to break out. Looks good. Yeah, I think it's going to push a little bit up here on 110. 111 is pivotal. 110, a little bit. But 111 is very important. What about Kohl's? Wonder what their ETF exposure is. It's high, but they have a partnership with Amazon. I don't think he's gonna try to jump in there. Cat turnaround? It should be. Yeah. Start to look good. This is a nice entry. Down here at 207 for 210s. I'm pretty much just holding my cat at this point. All my calls are super deep in the money. My highest strike is 205. So I tried to buy some 210s yesterday, but they didn't fill. Maybe I should try to buy more today. I don't know. We'll see if it dips again. Did they fill? Oh shit. Well, not all of them, but some. At 4. That's cool. Stupid bro. Anyway, what even is today? Just a little bit of uncertainty. Not a lot going on. We'll see. CPI numbers today, maybe? Is that today? Yeah, we are relegated to predicting short hedge fund movements from previous data, which it's not ideal, but we're getting better at it and faster at it and more up to date on it. With all this interest in selling CCs, at least in this channel, premium's probably going to be going down if it amounts to much volume at certain strikes. Anyway, it's possible, yeah. That's why I'm not gonna advise anybody on what strike to sell their CCs at, because I'm not gonna get front run by everyone. $4.8 million more job openings than unemployed people. CPI 3 to 10. 310. Oh, okay, so it's tomorrow. Yeah, so maybe some stagnation moving into the CPI numbers. There was a scathing letter written by McKellum Advisors to the Coles board, eerily similar to the one RC wrote. I posted in Zillionaire's general chat yesterday. I'll check it out. US MBA 30-year mortgage rate actually 4.09. Forecast previous 4.15. Interesting. They nominated an entire new board. It's time to buy Jan Leaps. Should we be waiting for after earnings in your opinion? Or expecting a run up beforehand? It depends on how much IV drops. And not our near term IV, but far dated IV, which is at what? 103. It's actually not getting too bad at the money. It's not great, but it's also not it's not terrible. I'd like to see it sub 100. If RC did buy BBBY to put pressure on the shorts, then the missed OPEC cycle and rule changes would likely cause him to keep up the pressure, right? Yeah, I think so. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's unveil. Iron ore. Consolidating. Maybe wait for a retest down here below 18. It looks good, but I'd give it a little time. Gherk is Madoff's son. I wish. I have access to the Cayman Island accounts. Thanks for not answering my question yesterday. I learned a lot more by shutting off your stream. Cool. Good for you, Holden Harold. What was your fucking question? You ignored me out of thousands of people. Fuck you. Well, fuck you too, man. DKS just needed a day for its earnings run. Let's see. I'm not sure you mentioned this. What do you think that 100K volume candle was? Probably a straddle being thrown into place. Or a buy into a short. We're starting to come up into the mid-afternoon. I don't know how this is going to play out for the rest of the day, but we still have that resistance up at 108. Getting some spy puts for Friday. This feels like an unsustainable gain for the week. No, it doesn't. I think it could keep going up into Friday. Honestly, Vail does iron and nickel. And it's consolidating right now, so I don't know. Sub 18 looks like a better price target to me. Imagine being angry about having to use Google instead of getting your answer from a financial YouTuber. I was wondering if cross-market psychological resistances have much of an effect. For instance, the current price in euros is 95 as we approach 100. Would that be tough to break through? 110. It can be, yeah, but it depends on which markets are open simultaneously. If there's arbitrage, you expect somebody to take advantage of it. 2% sustainable gain, Eddie. 2% sustainable gain when it's done nothing but drop that much every day. Yeah, I think it can retest the upper boundaries of that descending channel that it's kind of locked in. Which is pretty high up. I mean, it can move up into like the 130 range before falling back down again. As if tensions calm a bit, the market can rally. But who the fuck knows what the weekend drama has in store, right? All kinds of shit can happen over the weekend, and that's gonna bump futures and the VIX and cause a downturn again. It's unstable. Bear markets are highly volatile. That's one of the downsides of trading them or investing in them. So if I sell CSPs over covered calls, I get that it reduces cost basis, but will Fidelity or WeBull actually show a lower cost basis on the shares I hold? I'm not sure, but who gives a shit? I don't think so. You can track it yourself. That's what I do. Incredibly frustrating because they're actually steps ahead of us at all times, but their hubris and underestimation of our abilities will be their downfall. Going up to into Friday, you think the DAX too? I just bought 600 long factor certificates with a leverage of 25x. It looks good. Let me look at it like a longer scale here. I'd say like 28, maybe even back up to like 28, 2830 spider. I don't know if it's gonna get back up to 30. But usually there's like a small rally in a bear market. This might be it. So I would say 2830 is a good target. Curious that these moved inverse to one another. I think it'll be assigned to my BBBY 22 puts. Kind of want to. You might be. 22. Give me a second here. Yeah, you might get assigned on 22. The next really solid resistance is at 20. So I would say 20 to 22. I don't know if it'll hold it or not. It's a good question. Kind of looks like it's going to bounce. I mean, there is resistance here, but if it falls through, it may not recover. I think max pain on BBBY is still way lower than its current trading price. I think it's still down at like 16 or something. Your face is highly volatile. Got him. Okay. I'm guessing your official position on futures roll action is probably not. Well, if they didn't cover OPEX, right? That shows a sign of they're disadvantaged or weakened. And rolling the futures contracts is kind of a display of strength, right? So no. It'd be cool, I guess, if it happens because the price would go up, but I'd almost prefer that they don't. I'd prefer a failure. Because it lends more credibility to the idea that it's possible somebody suffered a margin call. We're ever going to see 50% in a day again? Maybe. Ooh, breaking VWAP. Interesting. How does one calculate a decrease in cost basis? Well, if you bought 100 shares, say you bought 100 shares at 105, right? Like right now. And then you sell a covered call the following week. So for a total of $10,500, and you sell a covered call the following week for like 5.45, right? So $500. You know, then you simply just subtract that premium from your total cost after the option expires. 9,955. What's your take on costs? I don't really have one. They overshort it. The float's super tiny. When it runs up, insiders sell stock, relieving the pressure on the short positions. There's no options chain to drive further price action, so it's kind of not a very good squeeze target or volume. So there's no hedging driving liquidity. Fidelity will lower the cost basis of shares bought from assigned cash secured puts. I would know. I got to sign down a cash secured put. Okay. So I know some brokerages will track it, some don't. You think Bbby has the same squeeze potential as GME? And if not, if GME were a 10 on a 1 to 10, what would Bbby be? GME is not even a 10 on a 1 to 10, but Bbby would probably be like a 5 or 6. Bbby currently very undervalued, so its potential is pretty good, but I would say GME is like a 7 or an 8. DDS might be closer to a 10. The fact that it's lost a lot of market maker support, though, I would say it's not a 10. I normally hate people, but I like you, so voila. Thanks, Stephanie. I appreciate that. I hate people too. Maybe that's why you like me. When I loaded your stream, is there a DRS poll question asking how many shares have DRS'd? Yeah, there was somebody who was trying to do a calculation on share ownership based on DRS percentage. Could do me a favor and ask Roaring Kitty to tweet, I like the stock at some point between now and the 17th. Thanks in advance, DFV. Good looking at. The 3 Bbby hedge funds who appointed previous CEO are all affiliates. Same hedge funds invested in costs. KSS and GME basket is familiar cycles. Mark T, previous Nordstream, which is also in the basket. Yeah. It's almost like they're complicit. Vlad just followed GameStop on Twitter. Okay. Like 10 of? Did you put a gun to your head and made you buy those calls? Did they mark long on OPEC's failure? Possibly. It's hard to say. They can use out of the money puts, but I don't know why they would. It doesn't matter if they mark it long, though, because the ETF rebalances in the middle of that period. So the ETF is going to demand those shares regardless of Reg T or not. They might be able to settle with the ETF at a later date, but the ETF is going to need to buy shares. If they failed the futures rollover, when do they have to cover the exposure? Futures fail is T+2. Although MMs are immune to margin calls from CME, which is kind of another story, but I don't think that really applies. And then the other important thing or something, I forgot what it was. Like S&P rebalance is T+3. So the S&P index rebalance that occurs on the 18th is T+3 to be settled. So T+2, T+3. GME quarterly options also expire on the 18th. So there could be some gamma exposure from that. Maybe probably not a lot, given that the price has been pretty flat. But if the price runs, there could be some. Any new thoughts on why futures rollovers have failed in recent cycles? Because they didn't need to roll anything forward. I mean, August, not a lot of FTD exposure. November, not a lot of FTD exposure. I also think they cleared out a big chunk of their FTD exposure in November on November 3rd. And so that's why we didn't really see a lot moving into like the December futures. But we did see XRT get reg showed into the December futures rollover. So XRT was already being heavily used to suppress price and for share creation at that point. It's and now it's actual shares of GameStop. So we should start to see GameStop FTDs beginning to increase soon. Enough to get us on reg show, I don't know, but hopefully. If they don't use the ETFs, then we don't there's not a lot of futures exposure. But if they're actively using the ETFs, that increases the amount of exposure. Problem with DDS is that it isn't in the Goldilocks zone, the free float like GMES. Yeah, there's a lot of issues with DDS. But if you're going purely from like a short interest versus liquidity, DDS has the highest potential of any of the stocks in this basket. There's stocks out there with higher potential than DDS. You don't hate people. You're just not fond of people. Don't let the dark side consume you. I love you, even if you will not reciprocate my love. We Dans have a lot of love to give. Dan's constantly giving love behind the Wendy's dumpster. Win CNS all fucking day. Not Tenev, Putin. Random questions. Does SPY always track SPX 500 index? So you can see, you wait and see what the index does and then do short scalps on the SPY. There's usually not that much of a lag. SPY's very liquid. Do I see this correct? Short hedge funds may have covered their shorts from last year, but there are way too many shares in the overall market. I doubt highly that they've covered the entirety of their short position from last year. But yes, currently they have far too many obligations to ignore. And so we're just waiting to see when they cover them. I guess I could take out a loan to buy, but that's not how I got this far on my healthy credit growth. Yeah. I mean, there's some argument to be made for buying into long investments on low interest rate loans, but I don't like investing with London money. I don't even like using margin that much, unless it's required. They've written futures contracts with a longer expiry than 3 months. If the shorts just say fuck you to the dividend. It doesn't matter the length of the forward contracts because XRT needs the shares. So when that rebalance occurs, it's like an audit. They have to show that the shares and the weight, they own the shares that their ETF is weighted to. So their ownership can't be derivative moving into the rebalance. That's why it's such a volatile event. You're right, but from a full squeeze perspective, Jamie has the highest potential for the largest squeeze. Yes. Also, the amount of share lockup chilly down, which I consider DRS to be. So, yeah, the potential price action for a squeeze on GameStop is the highest. BlackRock hedge fund suffered record loss in Russia. Sucks to them. I can't even imagine the brain trust and quantum strategy meetings at Citadel discuss handling the short position. I don't know why everyone assumes Citadel. It still doesn't make sense to me. I would say Susquehanna and Melvin are far more likely candidates to be long short something. I mean, you're talking about Citadel totally deviating from their market making strategy. I mean, they're a multi-strategy fund, but long short things is not one of their big strategies. They might be, short like an index or something, or net short an index. They might be complicit in aiding the short hedge funds by acting as a authorized participant to all these ETFs, but that's just profitable for them, right? Because they make money on all the arbitrage. I never said I didn't believe in a Jimmy MOASS. Misunderstood when you said Jimmy wasn't a 10 out of 10 squeeze. Just interpreting 10 out of 10 as guaranteed. No. I'm just saying based on like fundamental things that would trigger a short squeeze. GameStop does not have the highest of the other stocks in the basket. It's very high, but it's not the highest. So its potential is lower than other stocks for a short squeeze to occur. We're discussing like the fundamentals, not, belief in a short squeeze. We're just discussing like SI versus float versus illiquidity. Likely because Superstock thinks Citadel bad actors are propping that up. Maybe. I think it was just easy to slap a label on it. Everyone says Citadel because they bailed out Melvin. I know they did, but I mean, that's because their volatility positions were going to blow up. Yeah, 0.72 also. Have any troll stuff to say? I just want to let you know that I appreciate the heck out of you. Thanks, man. Also, getting married to Philadelphia wife in 5 weeks. So MOASS soon, please, Riku. Wait. Aren't you already married to your Philadelphia wife? Citadel has a short hedge fund that they can branch off to, but it's small. That's not Citadel the market maker, though, right? It's a totally different entity. Plus quad witching and a few other things on that day. With the ETF hammered the way it is, maybe a spicy day week. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking there's a lot of shit lining up. That's usually good. How's classes going? I'm a little bit behind on my stochastic calc. I need to get caught up today. Are there value plays that RC might be interested in the shorted stock basket? Yeah. I mean, he already bought into BBBY, but I would say that Express looks promising. Their earnings are very good. Maybe not failing in the way he wants, and possibly, their valuations not potentially as high as BBBY. But it's decent. BBBY is more attractive because of its assets, I think. And then Nordstrom's is compelling, but probably too much money. They're all very low right now. There's a few other ones. I haven't really dug that deep into the valuation of a lot of them, but there's definitely some other ones that could potentially be worth a lot. What do you see as the highest potential for a short squeeze? I mean, BBBY's moved up significantly because Ryan Cohen just bought a shitload of shares, right? And we all know what that does to the FTDs based on GameStop last year. So right now, BBBY probably has the highest potential for a squeeze. After that, DDS insiders have been buying and they're starting a share buyback. And there's only 4 million shares available in their float. They have 3 billion in real estate assets alone, almost no real debt, and very good earnings. So I would say DDS is probably the second most likely to squeeze. And then after that, probably GameStop. There may be some other basket stocks that I've so far ignored that might have slightly higher potential, but I don't think so. So I would say BBBY, DDS, then GME. But here's the thing, a squeeze on one is very likely a squeeze on all, given that they're massively short through all the same ETFs. What is stochastic calculus? It's it's a branch of mathematics started by this Japanese mathematician during World War II. It allows a consistent integration to be defined for integrals of the stochastic process. I think that's the best way to describe it. I would say GameStop's not the play. I still think GameStop, of all the squeezes, like if BBBY were to squeeze to 120 and DDS were to squeeze to 600, GameStop has the most potential to go the highest. Polygamy detected. Yeah, GME also has the highest potential for FOMO. I don't think cost is the real play. Maybe MMAT, maybe not. I don't really know that much about MMAT's FTDs. Do you think shorts used RC's buy to cry foul and play and delay covering exposure in somewhere, or is my super stock showing? That's possible. If you had to choose, would you buy calls in BBBY or GME for a month out? A month out from today would be early April. Neither. I have April 14s for GameStop right now that I'm gonna carry probably through tomorrow. And then after tomorrow, later in the day tomorrow, I'm probably going to move those out. I think I'm going to maintain a 10 to 50% strike range from at the money and possibly push it out to June. Or, yeah, I'll push it out to June and wait for March 17th. If nothing happens from March 17th through March 24th, 25th, 24th. If nothing happens from March 17 to March 24, then I'm going to roll those out into leaps and leave them there. And probably narrow the range from, 10 to 50 to like 10 to 30. What would you guess RC's target price is for BBBY? 100. Is there something that would have prevented him from selling a few days ago at 30? Wasn't he buying in at 12? No. I don't think he has any intention of selling. If anything, I think he intends to buy more. Stochastic calculus is mathematics used for modeling financial options. It's used to model investor behavior and asset pricing. Yeah, we haven't really gotten to that part yet. We will be using it to do that, I think, later in the semester. Do you think GS is going to give some guidance this time? No. I'd like them to, but I don't think they will. RC has a bunch of calls with a strike of 70 and 80. Yeah, he bought the top of the chain. And it doesn't look like it doesn't look like the OI at that level has dropped much. So I would say that he's still holding them. Why rolling your April so early? Preserve theta. How long will it take for BBBY FTD pressure to appear in the market? Could be a little while. What is wheat doing? Is it stabilizing? It's just flat? It's so weird. Wheat should not be trading with them. Yeah, I partially IV crash, also partially preserve theta. Is there another course of action they could take into dodge OPEX that we have either dismissed or haven't thought of? I'm just trying to think of alternative ways to get out. None that I can think of. I mean, they can use like swaptions or flex options, but I don't see any evidence of those existing in the chain. They can use forwards, but those will be due by March 18th. They can use ETFs and then mark long, so T plus 9 plus 35. This seems like the best route. They could use exercised options on the market maker side, but that would be T plus 2 plus 35. And if they were exercised, we would have seen buy pressure in the T plus 2 window and volume. So no, I think ETFs are most likely than forwards after that, but ETFs more likely because the ETFs will then just buy forwards, right? So these two kind of tie together. Elvin's 13F is out? I'm not sure. We assume BBBY is in the same sneeze setup as Jimmy in early 2021. I think it's in the same sneeze setup that Jimmy was in late 2020. But we're tracking that. Like, we know what happened with GameStop after Cohen bought in. So now, we're watching to see what happens with BBBY after Cohen bought in. How difficult is it to make 800 a month selling CCs with 200 shares? My bank is offering me a 6% APR loan. It's not that difficult. $800 a month with 200 shares. You could sell out of the money weeklies almost every week for like 350-ish, as long as IV remains high. You might get assigned, but you can always buy back in. I even roll them. Wouldn't it be smarter to wait until early May to buy back so you don't waste a lot of theta on what has usually been a dead period for GME? I would buy into, so I'm going to roll and buy into June. If nothing happens through 318, I'm just going to roll out to, I'm going to wait for IV crush, and then I'm going to roll out to January to leaps, build up a leap position, and then I'll, probably sell covered calls on the leap position or naked calls. So the PMCCs, until we move into another period where movement could be expected. And then I'll probably like YOLO into some shorter term calls. Do you expect any price action today? It seems stagnant. Not really. If the market picks up, before CNS is done for the day, then maybe, but right now, no. So your opinion, if no action by end of mid-March or so, towards the end of March, that the safe move is leaps September or Jan-Feb. Leaps are January. They're June and January 2023 and January 2024. Those are there's only 3 leaps available on the GME options chain right now. What percent capital would you put into BBY shares versus out of the money leaps? I'm gonna buy more out of the money leaps on BBBY, but right now I would say probably 80-20. I just haven't bought the leaps yet, but I'm probably gonna put 20% of the total capital I have in BBBY right now into leaps soon. I'm waiting for IV to drop a bit. Still, it's coming down. The low volume trading and the like stagnant price, and this will probably continue until those FTDs start to pile up. So I think there's a little bit of time for me to keep selling covered calls, and if I see a dip significantly below 20, I'll buy more shares. Just because my cost basis is still kind of high, maybe double my share position, and then I'll buy into leaps. I'm already selling CSPs at below 20. I'll see if I fill. I might not. But when using the ETF method, just create more problems. Yes. Yeah, it's not a good solution. It's just the most likely one. What price range would your leaps be in? I already have $20 leaps. I don't know if I'll buy any more of those because I'm kind of priced out now. So probably increments of 10 and 30, 40, and then maybe go big on some like 60, 80s or bigger. Morning, dude. I like your title. It has ETFs in it. What's up, Turd? How you doing today, man? We got high DP volume. We dipped below the Dix MA, so I'd imagine that we're gonna have high dark pool volume again today. Any thoughts on playing crypto sympathetic stocks, i.e. Riot, Mara, Can Hive, etc.? These have huge swings following crypto moves overnight. Wondering if there's an opportunity there. There is. I've outlined it on the stream a bunch before. The only problem is you have to catch it. Like, it has to be an overnight move. And if there's an overnight move, then like Riot and Mara, like especially on Bitcoin, Riot and Mara usually follow suit the next trading day, but sometimes a lot of it is gained in pre-market. So you have to be willing to buy like large quantities of shares. It's hard to play it with options successfully. Use the ETFs to postpone the OPEX obligations. Doesn't just feel risky. It feels desperate. It does. The whole shorting for the last 3 months is desperate. It's not within their standard risk models, right? Like, at least not based on the other cycles. What was the name of the options book you were talking about a few days ago? Options is a Strategic Investment by Macmillan. Sorry for the book question, but what's the author for TA of the financial markets? There's a bunch of them. No, not Grisham. Hold on, I'll tell you. I can't think of it right now. It begins with a G. Murphy. John? Is it Murphy? That's not Ken Griffin. John. I keep wanting to say John J. It's Murphy. John J. Murphy. Oh, okay. Yeah, John J. Murphy. John Grisham. I was thinking that too. I was watching there's this like documentary on Netflix called Innocent Man. It's, I guess, like it was like John Grisham's like true crime novel. It's really good. Eddie Murphy. The G is silent. I'm sure one day Ken Griffin will write a book. His memoirs. He seems like the type. Any good plays today besides the ones discussed this week already? No worries if not. I mean, I just sold some CCs today, so that's really all I'm doing. I'm still in on AMD and CAT. Nothing's changed there. I'm still in on Apple, which is coming back up. Apple still looks good. I mean, regardless of their kind of shitty announcement yesterday, I still think from a technical standpoint that move up to like 165, possibly 170 is in the cards. Thoughts on BBY in the next 24 hours? I don't know. I feel like they wouldn't fucking run it on a Friday, but you never know. Dicks by Ken Griffin. Dark pool abuse and you. Time to buy your favorite stock, BBIG. Fuck that. Entropy Swaps is a strategic investment by Casey Griffin et al. How far out of the money do you sell leaps to make sufficient money but aren't risking it being called? I don't really sell leaps on anything. The only thing I've sold leaps on is UWMC, and that's just because they're the only fucking contracts worth any money. And then I sold them again in Jan. That announcement wasn't bad at all. They've managed to fuse 2 CPUs together and build a computer that can outperform the 3090 with 200 less watts. Yeah, we'll see about that. They say it can outperform a 3090. That's a lot different than it actually doing it. Are you holding your April calls past the 10th now to capture any earnings volatility? No, I'm gonna roll them tomorrow to June. I meant, how far out of the money do you sell calls? It depends. It's not like a set it and forget it method. You have to, you have to do an analysis and figure out where you want to sell them. If you don't want to be assigned, where the risk is the least. But also, you don't, if your cost basis is at like, say you're selling them on GameStop and your cost basis is at 180, like you don't want to get assigned at 150, right? Because then you're taking that loss. It's a big loss. BBBY max pay significantly below where it's trading. I think it's still at oh look, it might have gone up, but probably not drastically. Let's see. BBBY max pain 30. Let me look at 90. 90-day max pain 20. It's 20 across the board. So it went up a little bit Monday, but yeah, it's just $20 across the board. This week 26. Next week 1750 right now. That's an inverse head and shoulders. Curious. On both. Still just not doing anything. So I moved back to the average, ride or die. Yeah, my weekly's YOLO actions are enough for this cult. Now I need to sell cover calls as well. Fuck my life. Okay, on it. You can take the gun away from my head. I'll be a good lad. Did you stop posting a super stock? I got banned. They banned me. Because I'm not sure why. They didn't have a reason. I didn't like DRS. Do you think RC is gonna get BBBY board to kick out a shady executive? Maybe. You think RC bought less of BBBY than GME, so he could publicly tweet about it and drive GME BBBY FOMO without restrictions? Maybe. Stop brigading. Fucking assholes. A public feud between RC and BBY is very entertaining. Well, there will be some. Will there be more drama, or is the play a distraction while they do something with GME? I don't think it's a distraction, and I think there will definitely be more drama. If RC were hunting for meme stock infinity stones, what would be your third buy-in? Express, probably. No touching. So I'm catching up on the stream. You mentioned BBBY is the greatest squeezability, but if that squeezes, the rest are more likely to. So if we can get BBBY to run, then everything could. I don't think anybody needs to do anything to get BBBY to run, though. There's no action that needs to be taken. RC's very large buy-in will likely trigger a series of FTDs that may be insurmountable. I think if he was going to buy AMC, he would have. Why would he want to own more than the CEO? I didn't think RC would ever buy into more of the meme stack. So does this tell us of his knowledge of the baskets? He seems to know what's going on, at least to a decent degree. I don't know how much. I mean, he could have other motivations. Apple seems to be bouncing between 157 and 162. Thoughts on day trading weekly options at these points? You could try. So you think in about 35 days we could see things explode? Possibly. And we have some FTDs today that we may see realized. May not. Oil coming back. Cool. Express and not DDS? I think DDS is too expensive. Also, what does he get out of it, right? I've thought forever about getting Gherkin an affiliate account. No one gets karma for that. I don't understand what uh, like an affiliate account does or how it works. You sent me like a thing and I didn't get it, so I gave up. I don't know how to become an affiliate. Seems like questions and things I'd have to answer. What are the chances Chiamiarca buys out Bye Bye Baby? 0. What would be required of an ETF if one of its securities short squeezed? The weight of that underlying stock would go up. So we saw it, back in January, you saw XRT with a weight of like almost 20% GameStop. Directly directly against their the best part about that is their prospectus doesn't allow for weighting of any stock more than 5%. Odds are that RC sells Bye Bye Baby and that Melvin buys it and drops it, and it drops 75%. My GB 265 weeklies are down 69% bullish. What an odd weekly call. Do you think they sold some GME? Is it worth it to sell CCs under your cost basis? I mean, if you don't think they're going to fill, then yeah, because it lowers your cost basis, right? You think Express over BB? He's not going to buy BlackBerry, and BlackBerry is also not really part of the basket. Sorry, I know you're bag holding it and hoping, but BlackBerry not retail, right? It had some ties with IWM, but I think those are mostly resolved now. Does RC have limits on how much he can purchase of BBBY, or could he buy a lot more? He could buy more. Not a lot more, unless he wants to try to take control of it. In which case he could buy more, yeah. Not bag holding at all. I just think it's overshorted. I don't think it's really overshorted so much as they haven't really finished turning the business around. There's short interest on it, but I mean they have plenty of cash, so they're not going anywhere. I think it's a different play though. I think it's tied to the baskets is less similar. Are your pickle picks only available to billionaires? Yeah. There's a membership link down below, gluten-free style. BlackRock hedge fund suffered a record loss on Russian bet. They'll be fine. Does market cap represent the entire worth of the company? I thought IPOs give off only a certain percentage of a company to be made public. Generally, it's the market's valuation of a company. I think RC bought BBY options with the intent of selling those options on Monday. No, it was going to rip, and then using those funds to buy something else. I think he probably is just still holding them. I think he bought them to exercise them later to gain more ownership. If I own $11, how can I turn that into 1 million in an afternoon? You can't. Thoughts on silver pump and dump last year used as collateral against GME? Maybe. Could just be because the VIX spiked and silver went up. BBBY can squeeze, I think. I agree. I think it can. Should one look up the OI on the strikes he bought to see if they're there? It's hard because a lot of people have opened more, right? Especially on Monday. How do you know an IV is high? Just look. Oh, like what is high IV? I mean, higher, like 30% is usually about average. Some stocks are lower, but they tend to be not stocks you want to trade. Yeah, above 60% is very high IV. GameStop is crazy high. Am I crazy to think that MOASS will be started by a squeeze of MMAT? Yeah. That's called sunk cost fallacy. Like, I feel like Metaverse has inherent evil that was... Okay, I don't know what this says. XLE launching up fast. Cool. When RC report if he sold any of the options. There are 13F, I guess. When entering a VIX position, do you usually get pretty far dated in the money? Yes. For my hedge, I do. I want to let you know that your challenge of 500 to a million is very hard. It is. I think I said that. Almost impossible. Is there an IV that's so high you wouldn't touch it no matter what the stock might do? Like go up 200%? I mean, no. If a stock's gonna go up 200%, I don't give a shit what the IV is. Susquehanna and Citadel had a pretty large position on Bbby for a while. So either they're bag holding or it's part of a net short position. It could be. Susquehanna tends to be net short. Might not be, though. You're close to closing your cap position. Probably not. Don't read it out loud if you're not tagged. No. Your type of a potato, which type would you be? Fingerling. One of the purple ones. How many weeks before RC buying causes FTD squeeze on BBBY like Jamie in January 2021? It depends on how soon it gets reg showed. If it pops up on the reg show list 13 days after that. 54 million shares of BBBY were dumped into DP on March 4th. Cool. Anybody embezzling money will be banned. Should it be all concerning that the SPY is way up, but GME is only a bit up? No. I don't think the SPY is way up. It's up overnight, but GME was too. SPY on the day, 2.5. GME on the day, 3.21. So GME is beating it, right? So outperforming the market, which is to be expected with FTDs in the CNS process. If the market does well and we outperform it, that's bullish. What's reg show again? The threshold security list. Hey dude, happy almost MOASS. Can you give a quick overview of what's going on with our favorite stock right now? It seems like we're just kind of in the dark for the time being. We kind of fucking are. You nailed it. It's not going to be an interesting week, but it's going to be a week. Likes are slacking? What the fuck, people? It's okay. Viewership's way the fuck down. That's why. Assuming all of this 2 years of shittery, is plausible to say that the USA wealth is based on fail to deliver Ponzi scheme. No, but some of it. What are your thoughts on Jimmy significantly moving up their earnings date? Bullish? I don't think they significantly moved anything. In fact, it seems to be moved back from where it usually is. Their historical earnings dates are fucking meaningless. So, like, where the brokers are predicting the earnings date will be, it doesn't mean anything. It was 323 last year. Yeah, new board. Do you think BBY will go on reg show end of week or 5 trading days after today, as today is T+2 from Monday, so next Wednesday? Yeah, probably. That's possible. I would say that that's the most likely time for it to occur. And then 13 days after that. Have you read or heard of Ray Dalio's book on changing word orders? Pretty interesting take on macroeconomics during these times. No. Can you do TA on cat, please? I'm thinking bearish back down to 180. I disagree. If oil's going back up, cat will probably continue to climb. You're nervous, is what you are. Did you close your Apple calls? I did this morning for a small profit. No, not yet. They're for April, so I have plenty of time. March 25, cheap calls on BlackRock. If the market continues to climb, Apple's gonna push up, so. Why do you guys think that shit like that matters? It doesn't matter if it's RC's dad's birthday or fucking on the anniversary of the congressional hearing. What matters is the numbers. And wheat's still flat. It's kind of in a weird place right now. So India offered exports of grain quite a lot. But Ukraine has announced they will no longer be exporting grain. So you're seeing a little bit of an equilibrium out there. Is it true that 10 plus 9 equals 21? No. Fixed calls are in backwardation. Longer dated calls are cheaper than shorter dated right now. Is that a reason to stay away from calls like a quarter or two out from now? Maybe. I mean, the ones I have for my hedge are a quarter or two out, but I bought them when they were much cheaper. It's a ton of 220 puts for this week. Wow. Sold? I don't see anything significant. I see some June 170s being bought. Seems, yeah, options interest on GameStop today is pretty low. Pushing back up into 108. Ooh, what do you got, turd? Jesus, dark pool volume's super fucking low today. 36.6? That's the lowest it's been in weeks. Huh. Curious. Open interest sort of climbing back up. Chunk of puts coming. Huh. Took some edibles last night and slept through my alarm. Glad I didn't miss MOASS this morning. What doing with those 325s? I peep in your position summary. Nothing. Holding them? I don't know. I'll probably sell them at some point. I was kind of hoping that we would bump up at least into like gamma neutral before I rolled them out. EP, same like poo poo. No. I bought a Rig May 6. Did you get out of your positions? Yeah. I had 318s for $4. I mean, yeah, I might buy back in if, but I was kind of waiting for IV to drop a little bit. I'd probably buy nearer 5. What's it trading at right now? Yeah, probably around 5. Do they have 550s? Maybe 550 for like August. August 550s I'd probably look at if I buy back in. Be some 10s too. Mhm. Thanks, Iron Porter. Did you ever free trial that vig.io options tracker someone mentioned in the hot tub a few weeks ago? No. Is low DP volume bullish or bearish? And if it's dropping steadily, it could be bullish because it would mean that their ability to internalize is falling off. Need OI in the double digits like back in. Yeah. It's been so long since we've seen a big run up. I'm getting cabin fever here. It's annoying how long it's taken. What are your thoughts on GS holding their earnings call while Mercury is 74.1% through its 69th phase of this century? What? You for Vegas tomorrow? Can't decide if I should buy Jan GME Leaps after I get back and have lots of gambling money, or before I leave and tell my girlfriend I don't feel like we're gambling when we're in Vegas. I mean, the chances of you making money are much higher on January Leaps than they are in any table at a casino. Buy HODL, get loan, buy CDSs, use futures both ways. Interesting. CDSs. You know, today is the official day that Computershare actually fulfilled automatic orders through their platform, right? No. On most of these days, I've noticed the price of GME goes up. I thought their official day was like the 15th and the 30th. I warn everyone against any buy pressure exerted on CNS will drive the price up. Had to go get a wart that looked like cancer looked at. What did I miss? MOASS? No. Dark pool on BBBY also low? I have no idea. I'd have to ask Turd. Just want to get this right. On the intraday cup and handle. Oh, Jesus. Did you ever eat at Hawksmoor? No. I only want to test my steaks against theirs. Credit default swaps. You need an ISDA. After bull trapped on March 7, GME has been showing uptrend until early next month after the bull trap. Okay. Why is Spy so happy today randomly? I don't know. Big oil money coming in. Gluten freestyle, dude. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go.
We look at last year, May. Jimmy runs after bull traps. Yeah. From a technical perspective, sure. There's been several of those over the last few weeks, though, and Jimmy hasn't run. Might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trade trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on cold. PS5 restock on Twitter, but look at the names and accounts that have negative comments. A lot of shill remarks. Okay. Hey Pops, could you take a peek at Netflix? I think I like to swing it before their earnings, April 19th. Looks like if it breaks 365, it has room to keep moving, but I'm dumb. Let's take a look. Not a stock I would mind swinging. 2 hour. Let's see. So, second. It's trading a bit below its Bollinger. Where's the fucking... MACD. It's got a little bit of bullish divergence on the MACD. I would say wait until it crosses back into its Bollinger Band, like into the lower band. If it does, and that's it, 367. I guess you could play the bounce into it. But yeah, it looks good for a move. At least back up to 390, I would say. There's also a BBKC squeeze here, so it could move. Let me double check that and just make sure it's not like a false signal. Yeah, it could move. It could move up a bit. I think. I think it's pretty well set up for a move up to at least 390, maybe higher. You might want to give yourself a little time because that could keep moving. If it breaks that upper resistance, 375, it could really haul ass. I like this. Well picked out. Trash deck. Well picked out. Lots of room to the upside. Gives a fuck what Boom Hunter Per says. It's just a moving average. Any chance Hyman will pop VWAP? Thoughts on roadblocks? Tracking with Jimmy for months. What's up with that? I don't know. Similarly short could be gaming. Similar sectors. Might be might be in the same ETFs in some places. No problem, Trash. You want time though. It can take time for that bounce to play out. You don't want to. You wouldn't want to play it short. So like probably further than 318. Does Zynga still haven't heeded your advice by using the same y-axis when comparing call put volume side by side? What are your thoughts on Visa? I'm a buyer now, but want your opinion. It took a little hit when they said they were pulling their operations out of Russia. They're in a good range to bounce and recover. I mean, they're recovering a bit today. I would probably target 200. If it breaks 200, it tends to run pretty hard. So that's where I'd be looking. That's usually what I missed the last bounce over 200 on Visa, but usually that's like kind of the channel I play on it is dips under 200 and then I wait for a reversion in the trend or a revision in the trend and then I'll buy in. It usually goes up to like 210, 220, right around there. Also technically undervalued right now. Especially with people maxing out their credit cards. Although I don't know how much they benefit from that. It's from payment processing. I guess more usage of credit cards. I cannot touch Netflix long. They continue to lose subscribers and service agreements with content owners. Sure. Just remember the mistake Blockbuster made. Because they haven't stopped making shitloads of money, even if they are losing subscribers. They're charging the existing ones even more now, which has in the past played out very well for them. Can you look at Exxon? I mean, it's just going to track oil, right? It's not going to be like special or different. It's recovering. Give it maybe 82 for like a target entry. If you expect oil to keep running. Can you take a look at my girlfriend? She's the only one I got. I don't use TD Ameritrade, period. I don't like them. I used to have a bank account with them. I ran into a lot of issues at one point and had just the most abhorrent experience with their customer service ever. That took almost 2 years to resolve. So I don't ever feel like fucking dealing with them again. CME's launch GBX, June 25th, 1992. Chicago pits with trading system permitted outside regular hours. 7:20 to 3:15. Initial activity was light. There was only 1,939 trades on, so interesting. Can you update Reddit? There's not much to say. I guess I'll let everyone know that we're climbing back out. When did I last update? Didn't I update it like an hour ago? Oh, no, I didn't. Thought I did. Is max pain this morning? 112. It was confusing. Why does everyone care so much if you update Reddit? I don't know. I'm not. I mean, I guess people are at work and stuff and they can't follow the stream, but they want to know what's going on. Yeah, I've heard their customer service has gotten much better since they were bought out by Schwab. But I have Schwab, so it's like, what the fuck's the point, right? Oh, it was the like the emoji with like its hands covering its eyes. Does 108 door cost same as 180 door? I missed that 180 door. No, 108's not that relevant actually. It's a resistance, but it's not super important. 111's kind of important, and 116 is important. 10 out of 10 bullishness for today. Oh, 1 to 10. Uh like 4. I did sell a covered call today, so I'm not feeling ultra bullish. Should be fairly telling. It's weird to me. I listen at work because I can't read the DD till after market close. Guess different environment at all. I mean, I don't know. It's difficult for me to remember to update it. It's not really difficult to update it, but there's usually not a lot to say that I didn't outline in the morning. And so if I feel like I've already outlined it in my initial assessment of the day, then I really don't feel a need to update it. But people want me to, which is just like, they just want me to take a screenshot of the price action, I guess, and just slap it over there. There are some FTDs today, which we're seeing play out to some degree. A little bit of pressure on CNS, but not a lot of volume. Do you believe Roundhill Investment senses a short imminent, so they shut down their meme ETF? Either that, or it just wasn't very profitable and it got reg showed. You mean CNES? Yeah. I'm sorry, I forgot to pronounce it CNES. Everyone's favorite market mechanic. Hey, mister, any chance you or Quants have looked at the C plus price action, WRT, RC buy-ins, GME December 2020, and BBBY buy-in dates on last 13D filing? I mean, I've looked at RCs for December 2020, yeah. Similar in structure. The BBBY buy-ins seem to be more precisely timed with high exposure to FTDs. Given that BBBY is on the same cycle as GameStop, he bought into BBBY on days with elevated FTDs. So he's definitely putting pressure on it. And he bought on all the right days. Like... So either he's got someone counting FTDs on his side or he's following the DD. That's like Gabe Plotkin being the greatest investor of this generation. Maybe this generation just has a lot of shitty investors. WRT with respect to, yeah, I get what you're saying. I didn't know what the fuck it meant, but I get what you're saying. RC's last buy-in on GameStop triggered a reg show listing a few days later, T+2 after the future's expiration, which on the current cycle would be, let's see, March 23rd, I believe. March 22nd. Let me look. For BBBY. Once GameStop was listed on reg show 13 days later, you had July 13th run up, which began the sneeze, as like people like to call it, in January. I don't like that. Why do people call it a sneeze? Is it just like hopium that like it wasn't as big as MOASS will be? Or is it just like people don't understand that it was a squeeze, just not a short squeeze? When did people start saying that? It seems like a misnomer. It was an FTD and Volgavana squeeze. It was not a gamma squeeze or a short squeeze, but it was still a squeeze. Huh. So you're saying RC knows what he's doing and people need to chill the fuck out? Probably. I'm bullish. I'm buying more stuff. Can your editor upload the emotes also? I can harass them about it instead, if so. Probably. You might get it done faster. I don't actually know if they can or not. They might not be able to, but they might be able to. Find out. I'm gonna guess RC has a quant team that figured out the cycles before he first bought into GME. I would say yes, but his buy-in to GME, his second buy-in was very good, but his first one, not so much. Like Burry bought into that accumulation period better than Cohen did. Like he had much better entries, but I mean that's likely. It'd probably be hard pressed to beat Burry for a good entry. But his buy-ins on BBBY are much better timed, so the understanding at least of that has increased. It's nice because like RC bought in on all the dates we expected FTDs, so it's very validating for me. I like it. Any updates on nickel penis DD? No. Opium. This news is something I can't wait to see gone once this is over. BBY, far dated. Very blasting on Twitter. I've never even talked to the guy. If you said anything about the government, or maybe he just thought you were a spy. The man's not 100% normal, right? I think that goes without saying. What's your GME thesis on 414 reverse iron albatross spread? Good luck. So you're saying RC Ventures has its own quant team? They may. I'm sure he's got an investment advisor. He's a fucking billionaire. I'm sure he has lots of investment advisors. I figured out a way to get approval from super stocks again. DRS your puts. It's hard to do. Wouldn't it be interesting if RCS communicated about buying strategy from Michael Burry? Maybe. Although RC hasn't bought into any private prisons yet or shorted Tesla. So you think the future cycle will matter for BBBY too then? Yes. Current futures expire 18th. So you think the FTD date to start reg show is March 18th plus 2. Those FTDs start to build after the failure to roll. I blocked you on Twitter too. Get fucked, turd. If I may be so bold, did you sell CCs for this week? Or did you already sell for earnings next week? I just sold some for this week. I sold a bunch on BBBY, and I've sold 5 on GameStop. When did RC hire you as his personal quant? Also on page 22 of GME 8K announcing the NFT marketplace. Cool. My XRT 318 is like the same as yours. I mean, if they run XRT hard, they might still print. They might not. I have XRT 80s too for the same date. Wheat feeling sad. Yeah, a little bit. I think I'm gonna close my $14 and buy in lower. Although, is it just gonna bounce off 10 again? Is the market coming down? No, market's still pushing up. Fucking India. See, this is where I hate like speculating on things like wheat and oil, because you start speculating on this, right? And then you have like a country with you know, that already has an issue feeding its populace, now selling their wheat into a speculative market in a time of economic uncertainty to capture profits for bureaucrats. And it's fucking awful, honestly. Cat still look good? It's like a good entry. Let me see. I mean, it's not cat's not really dropped to the price where I'm gonna get out. This is perfectly reasonable consolidation. Let me look at the 1 hour. Yeah, cat looks fine. It's approaching a double bottom here. 209.30. Could see another bounce. Not a terrible entry if you're bullish on it. It could slip back down into the 204 range. If that happens, I'm probably going to sell out and wait for a confirmation before buying back in again. But right now it looks like fine. Jesus, perfect. Is that a perfect double bottom? To 10, 10, 10, 11. Maybe. Rig dead? No, probably not. But the growth on oil stagnated a little bit today. Just because it's not running like crazy doesn't mean it's not going to move in the future. Someone found that in the Discord found the Fidelity shut off the buy button earlier today for wheat. Yeah, that's because the ETF is tapped out. It doesn't have any more. It doesn't have any more shares or like available, right? This is what you know, a not super fucking corrupt ETF will do when there's no more shares available. And so it's simply tracking futures prices now. There's no more buying or selling of the ETF directly. Well, that's not true. There may be some buying or selling of the ETF, but it's minimal. You raise very good points about India's. Yeah, I mean, it's why I don't like speculating on this kind of shit in a bear market. But at the same time, like, those costs are going to affect me as well, right? The rise in oil, you know, when I buy gas, and the rise in wheat when I buy food, and so it seems silly not to make money off of it, but it's still kind of shitty at the same time. I think AMD will come down in the near term for a better entry. It might. It might not. It looks well set up for a move to 120 right now. I have a stop in place if it falls below, you know, like 110 for my weeklies. But I bought 110 leaps also. I have a bunch of leaps on AMD right now, so I have them at 110, 115, and 145. I also have shares. Interesting that you aren't closing your 113C. Why? It's fucking red by $24 and we have no volume. I told you about Fidelity. Oh, okay. A lot of people told me about Fidelity. Might have been the one. Explain the difference between wheat ETF share creation versus XRT. Well, XRT is an ETF that tracks equities. Wheat is an ETF that tracks futures. That's the difference. So can't really create more shares on a futures contract without buying more futures contracts. And they did create more shares the other day. The SEC delisted, or well, didn't delist, but halted trading on wheat while they created more shares in their float. SPY can break through. It could break up to like 432, back to that higher resistance again. No, Fluffy is Jimmy gonna test 110? Maybe. Everyone golfing, why no volume? I'm so tired of the short hedge fund fuckery today. Feels like it's never ending. Either way, though, I'm still bullish because all this fuckery means they still want the price to drop, and that's bullish. Yep. That's why I have not begun a strategy of selling, you know, strangles on GameStop or wheeling GameStop because they're still compounding their losses. They're not out. If it looked like they were out, then my strategy would change, but I think the potential is still high, and I remain bullish for improved price performance into the future. There's an awful lot of stock talk for a beauty cooking infotainment channel. Just saying. Yeah, I know. It's really weird. Even the arbiter of the ETF couldn't make it a market. Did 105 weekly. Is it time to roll? Or you think we can go higher today or tomorrow? I think we could break 108. We look good. We look good for a move, probably to test gamma neutral, which is 111. So, I think we'll probably get rejected there. It's going to be very hard to cross gamma neutral, as we saw last week, right, when it was at 120. I think that'll stay the same. Special effects does, especially, oh, also we have a delta sensitivity spike right now, so expect them to really try to hold the price down. RC buying into BBBY on the FTD dates you laid out does it increase pressure on short hedge funds? If so, in what way? It puts pressure on the CNS system and makes it harder for them to clear out their FTDs. Nexus. How likely is it that we'll have a decent increase by the 18th? Pretty good. I think they're gonna want to cover some stuff before the dividend. At least a chunk of it. Keep talking about AMD, it's working. Is your hope for MOASS get a bit lower as the days pass? Or does the fact that they're continuing to dip in deeper keep our MOASS chances alive, no matter how far out? I think the fact that they're digging their hole even deeper is bullish as fuck. I don't know if that's going to mean MOASS, right? But it can mean significant price improvement. I think that's where the line for me is drawn. Is I don't see the current obligations triggering a MOASS type event. I can see it triggering like Volga Vana squeeze again, but I don't think it's sufficient to trigger MOASS without FTDs on GameStop itself. If GameStop FTDs start to get really, really high, that's another story. But with all these separate CNS pipelines open, I think their ability and the entropy swap in place, their ability to not only run the price, but to be hedged from that price improvement are already in place. So it's the idea of squeezing beyond like 350 or whatever is slim. I'm just being realistic. It doesn't look like a good setup for liquidation. And if Melvin in fact failed on OPEX, right, and Citadel pulled their money back, it's because, and didn't give them more, it's because Citadel feels perfectly safe in their position and is no longer at risk due to Melvin. Instead of banning Fluffioso for wanting to ban AP Musqueeze, for wanting to ban Fluff, for asking if you'll ban Jettle, for wanting to ban Victor, for asking if stocks are dead, could you just ban Darth Dan instead? I'm not fucking banning anyone, so there's no point in talking about it. Unless someone's an absolute fucking prick, they're probably not gonna get banned here. Just tuned in. Do we still think they're long? Who? Who do we think is long? You've probably explained this. Where did delta sensitivity spikes come from? Call buying? Yeah, excessive call buying, which means that a move to the upside would be hedged significantly. Nave Gex today moved back to positive after being negative for the last 2 days, which means call side is gaining momentum. You know, positive delta. I don't understand why you don't predict a big run into earnings. Think they can avoid the delta spike again? I think they're trying. QQQQ Moassing? Ooh. Here's a SC for answering my question without using super chat. Thanks, Rim Tibbs and Trim. I appreciate that, man. What do you think about your viewers? They know the truth about you. Dare you tell them? What? What's the truth about me? Ask why you have a big position in GME. If you don't truly believe in MOASS, you do plan on exiting at one point. Because I think it's undervalued. That's why I own stocks. If I was only in it for MOASS, I would just have leaps, right? I would just buy leaps. I'd never buy any stock at all. I would just buy leaps and I'd roll them every 6 months until it's short squeezed. I buy stock in companies because I think they're undervalued, or, you know, I intend to hold them for some time. I think GameStop is undervalued. I bought the first part of my position in GameStop before January, and then effectively after, as far as anyone knew, it had already short squeezed. I bought more in February. So it wasn't like I ever bought GameStop for a short squeeze. I buy options for the potential of one, but I never bought stock for that reason. So strictly hypothetical, Volgovana takes up to what, 10x less from our current price point. I mean, it's possible that a Volgovana squeeze could take us up to like $450 or $500. It's equally hard to predict, but I mean, that's essentially what happened in January of last year. They've changed the margin requirements as of the OPEC states for how those variance swaps are priced. So it could be that, you know, Volgovana squeezes into the future, if they occurred, would be less significant than they were last year because the margin requirements aren't as high. I got calls for March 25th. Price 132, down 1K so far. Thoughts? Think we'll go high? I don't really like March 25th. I know I have a couple, but maybe. I mean, I bought these just as an IV play, and they were old, and I'd already lost so much value that I just kept holding them. 132. They could go in the money. If IV pumps, then you've got a pretty good shot. They're really going to be down to nothing, I think, by the time the price moves there. So it may not hurt to roll if you can. I would look into it. Please explain Volkswagen Vanessa Hudgens squeezes again. Sorry, for Reg Show, you mentioned FTDs being marked long. That wasn't for Reg Show, but yes, they can mark FTDs long by buying or selling in the money puts. It's not strictly allowed, but they do it anyway. When you roll leaps, how much do you lose on the initial investment? I mean, it depends on if they've gone in the money since you bought them or not. But, you know, 6 months of theta. You can roll them every 3 months. It's probably a little better. Like every 90 days. Oil taking a dive. Wheat bouncing at 10. Nah, it doesn't look like it's bouncing. Oh, maybe it is. It pushed a little low, though. I don't like this. If this reverts again, I'm going to sell my 14s and just buy in lower after the dip. What about a fundamental catalyst? Sure. But that hasn't happened, right? And RC's outlined pretty clearly that he doesn't like to give those. It'd be like an earnings where, you know, fucking the NFT marketplace had made $1 billion in a quarter or something, and then that could drive FOMO. See, if you never bought for a squeeze play, why bother to do so much DD for the cycle theories if you only bought for the value of the company? Kind of putting out a lot of hopium for MOASS with the DD. I mean, those squeezes, those cycles are the highest probability for a squeeze to occur. Again, I didn't say that MOASS can't occur. I didn't say that, you know, I didn't believe wholeheartedly in it at one point. I just see the likelihood of it and probability of it happening decreasing. And I'm being realistic with that assessment, which a lot of people don't like, but so be it. That doesn't mean that the price of the stock can't go up significantly. It can. But my long-term position is an investment in the company. My options are an investment in the cycles. When can we expect oil's probably going down because Venezuela's moving forward with negotiations on providing or supplying oil. Does the plan you think RC has involve a buyback on earnings call? Probably not. They shouldn't buy back shares right now. They should be investing in the company. So we are now paying $9.71 a gallon of diesel in the UK now. Madness. That's fucking crazy. I'm about to get stopped out on my cat, I think. I already got stopped out on my 205s. Ooh, I need to change that. Stabilizing. How dare you share your hard work and experience with us? Shame. I know. Such a bastard. Thoughts on cat today? I mean, if it keeps dipping, I'm gonna sell out and then buy back in on consolidation. Like I told you guys yesterday, after it gets rejected at like that 213 mark, it can consolidate like all the way back down to like 198 before moving up again. So this move to the downside, and it can take a while too. So, you know, I'm stopped out of pretty much everything at 207 right now. So if it drops below 207, the only thing I'm going to continue to hold are my June 190s, just because they're more expensive to buy back into. I love you for being able to be honest about MOASS, knowing it will cost you viewers, but it's the truth of the matter. It already has. It will continue to do so. Are you planning on any place specifically around earnings besides hedging? I'll see. I'm thinking about, depending on how much IV bumps, possibly selling some covered calls into earnings, and it's like selling into the IV crush. But we'll see. I may sell cash secure puts instead. Depends on like what we're trading at. If we're trading at a price where I'm willing to buy some GameStop with that fat premium as a discount, then I'll consider it. They have money set aside outside of the money from the share offering for a buyback, like $100 million, that is reserved for that purpose. But I'd hope that if they are buying back shares, that they're using them to bring on new talent. Why do your two charts look like a mirror? One is BBBY, the other is GameStop. They don't. They're just in different ratios. They're fairly similar. I would say that BBBY is being shorted a little more heavily because there's far more shares available, but it's also coming back up as well. So my first cover call 133.11, probably won't sell anymore in the next 2 weeks. Yeah, I'm probably not going to sell any more after this week. Even this one is questionable. I may pull it back. I may not. I just don't think we'll pass Gamma. If we do pass Gamma Max, I think it'll be brief. Tomorrow, FTDs, ETF FTDs from January 24th. Has there been a major change in your GME MOASS thinking in the past 2 days? I've been away. I didn't see anything on Reddit. No, definitely nothing in the last 2 days. Over the last month, a little bit. I mean, there's already a hedge in place for the price to go up. So the likelihood of MOASS occurring with that hedge in place is very slim. What means share buyback? Probably not happening. Don't worry about it. I mean, it would mean that GameStop itself buys back some of its free float. What strike would you be considering for CSPs? I sold some this week at 97 because I was willing to buy a few, but we've gone up. So I'm just going to collect premium from those. Moving into earnings, it'll depend on what price we're trading at, right? But if I sell them into earnings, I'll probably be selling them fairly far out and fairly near the money, because I'll want to maximize the premium in case I actually end up getting assigned. If they failed, when do we think that GME will hit reg show? It may not, right? that's the trick about them using if they used the ETFs to cover their OPEX exposure. Those fails will ultimately occur on the ETF and not on GameStop itself. It's a very good system for shorting, and it protects their risk significantly. But in burning the ETFs, they do have to use real shares of GameStop, hence why we see that bump in utilization. And that takes time to build up, but it's building up. So we'll see how many FTDs start to be realized by that process. We need to wait for the 15th to get the FTD data for the end of February. That'll be very important, and the FTD data for the beginning of March as well. Just checked RC Twitter. What a sentiment change. Big things to come. Hope so. Don't let the FUD get you. It never will. Thoughts on how you know for certain a hedge has been put into place? You can tell by the ratio of call puts and where the strikes lie. If you want to look it up, Dr. Gingerballs did a DD on it about the entropy hedge a few days ago. It's known as 1/K hedging. You can also dig into like the research papers on entropy swaps and learn more about them if you want to. I think. Do we have that shared in the Discord? I think we do. I think I posted links for it. There's a very good NYU paper on it. Wouldn't that make a lot of sense for them to do a buyback since they just sold 5 million shares at 180 now? They could. I mean, if they want to try to squeeze the shorts, that's a way to do it, but it's going to hurt them long term with, institutional investors. Maybe the reason there is an entropy hedge whilst not running the prices because maybe they think the entropy hedge isn't strong enough to prevent MOASS. No, I think the reason that there is an entropy hedge and the price hasn't run is that one party placed an entropy hedge and the other party didn't run the stock up. Likely because they failed. Money was allocated for share buyback already. Yeah, they have 100 million. It's just not that. I mean, it's not that much. You could buy $100 million of GameStop right now, and it probably wouldn't push the price up much past like 115, 120 maybe. Have you considered that we really need to be reading into entropy? Enthalpy? I mean, Russia's going to default. Still just slightly moving up. It's probably stagnant right now. I didn't say no $1,000 price target, but definitely not if we run anytime soon, unless everything squeezes at once. Like I said, they're hedged. How much would 100 million in at the money options move the price? Significantly more. Depend on the ratio of leverage, but more. I miss what Gamma Max is today. 140. So basically, they've been able to get the situation under control over the last year. I don't think they have it under control. I think someone's defaulted. I just don't think that one default is going to be sufficient to blow it up. A lot of other things need to fall into place. Right now, the confidence in it breaking above 350, even in the event of a run, is fairly low. Who's the pickle union president? It's the main reason I'm here. You have a price target for Apple this week? This week, no, but I do have a price target for Apple between 165 and 170 over the next week or two. Do you believe that people who think a GME squeeze could reach millions per share? It's possible. How many of them will be left trading at that price? Very, very few. The people who think GameStop's going to reach $69 million a share while the entire float is held, I think are out of their, like, kind of out of their minds. But I mean, theoretically, a short squeeze is infinite. It's just that, you know, the government will shut that shit down at some point. What's the biggest candle you've witnessed on the 1 minute? I've seen things like just straight halt on a 1 minute candle. So 10%. You're playing anything specifically for the CPI report tomorrow? Feel like big volume dump on the SPY could send it down quite hard, given this low volume pump. I mean, if it comes in under expectations again, the market's gonna drop in response. Did the default cover? No, not yet. I don't think they wanted to run without a reason ever again because of FOMO. FOMO is very dangerous for them, but they've done a very good job at beating that down. I mean, even the FOMO into BBBY the other day with RC's buy-in announcement was like nothing compared to like what we saw last year, right? Macroeconomic conditions favor shorts right now, or shorts that were already short moving into this period. People have less free money. They're working, they have less time. I want to know how likely it is we can run to 350 in the first place. That's where my focus is as well. Since you think someone defaulted, are you looking into getting into leapsies and playing the IV on far out of the money contracts? Probably, yeah. If I reposition to January or June tomorrow, then I'm going to buy Jan out of the money leaps. They're very high Vega. So probably like 950s or something. 900s, 950s. I just think IV will crush a little more. 15 days from the 24th would be the 17th. 15 days from the 24th is the 17th. Yes, that's correct. We discussed this on OPEX. If I want to buy shares by exercising options, would you do it at market close Friday when the price of the option is practically zero? It's not practically zero if it's that deep in the money. It'll still be fairly relative to the trading price. Those deep in the money options have a delta of like 0.99, right? So like they're almost the same price as the underlying stock. Would you stream the Volgavana squeeze? Maybe. Remember, the odds of MOASS happening go way the fuck up if there is a Volgavana squeeze, right? A Volgavana squeeze means a breakdown of the entropy and volatility positions. But you simply cannot have the next step in the ladder without the first occurring. So there's no point in focusing or putting energy into researching the potential for a short squeeze, you know, if there's no FTD squeeze on the table, right? You need the sequence of events to line up in a way that could create that scenario. And until they begin to, the possibility of that scenario is out of the question. But if they start to, if you start to get an FTD squeeze, which Ryan Cohen's buy-in on BBBY may do, then you can start to possibly realize a breakdown of those variance and volatility positions, a breakdown of those entropy swap positions. You know, you might start to realize the FOMO necessary to push into a gamma squeeze. Don't forget that the price has to increase by at least 100% for a gamma squeeze to even be possible, right? And then after that, you need the shorts to begin to fail. Whatever shorts exist on the stock have to start to fail and be margin called, and then that can precipitate a short squeeze, which would be, you know, MOASS, right? That liquidation of short hedge funds and, you know, market makers that, you know, causes the stock to just run into infinity. Yeah, but they can extend that 15-day deferral up to 4 times, which takes it way further out. One. Holy VIX, what VIX doing? Coming down? Nope, nope, it spiked. Just a little bit. Some bad news. That's a 150 next Friday after earnings. It could happen. I wouldn't buy weeklies for it though. We stop streaming if you conclude MOASS is no longer possible. It's a good question. I don't know. I feel like I would want to teach people how to manage their positions if that was an eventuality. I don't know. I have to think about it. What do you think about selling a leap on GME and using premiums to buy multiple BBBY leaps? Interesting. If RC bought DDS Kaboom, it's expensive. Like, how much of it can he actually buy? He can't buy a controlling interest. So why would he be interested in buying it at all? Like 10% of the float isn't even fucking available for the shares outstanding. There's only 4 million shares available, and most of those are sold short. Half of those. So 2 million shares available, and 2 million share buy-in doesn't, I mean, not only is it expensive as fuck, but it doesn't guarantee him It doesn't guarantee him like ownership, right? Narrator, he bought weeklies for it. No, just say no. Keep streaming, please. I've always appreciated your blunt information. It's really nice to receive actual education of what to expect before MOASS can be realized, not just purple buttholes. Would buying a 318 strangle, buying a strangle, okay, on 317, you mean like a straddle? 317 right before close be a good earnings idea. We always move more than 10% after earnings. I feel like the right strikes may play out. I played straddles on earnings in August. It was profitable. Shitty, but profitable. The IV crush really fucking hurts. But yeah, straddles aren't terrible. And earnings is close enough to Friday that, you know, if you were buying a weekly straddle, it might not be too expensive. Sometimes you can make money on both sides of that straddle. Did we just see a tiny liquidation? I don't think so. Are you just going to take long breaks instead of sitting 7 hours straight? I don't know. I mean, maybe. I would say that if I were to continue streaming, the stream would be less 100% GameStop focused. I mean, it'd still be very GameStop focused as long as it remains the largest part of my portfolio. But you know, the positions I would be managing on it would be less intensive and wouldn't require constant upkeep. I almost forgot. Go row. It's too early, isn't it? 2 o'clock. I'll go row at 2 o'clock, trash. I didn't do a rowing session today. When you're on Tinder, do the laddies ask you how your VWAP can go? Any expectations for CPI numbers? Market's lost a lot of value since the last report. I wonder if it could beat. There's a potential for it to beat, I think. Be warned of that if you're holding covered calls for tomorrow. Why do you think RCU specifically chose 9.9% of BBBY? Because if he triggers an FTD squeeze and his leaps go in the money, he can exercise for ownership. Or yeah, for more than 10%. Looking long term and big picture, what chance out of 10 do you feel are the current overall odds of MOASS? I don't even know what that means, man. Right now, trading at 107 with no significant FTDs, the failure is good. That improves it. I don't know. It's arbitrary. It's an arbitrary assessment. Without an FTD squeeze and a Volgavana squeeze, the chances of MOASS are 0. If those occur, then the chances of MOASS go up. It's not really that complicated. It's a process that has to occur. If it's not occurring currently, then the chance of it occurring is 0. I think a better question would be what's the chance of an FTD squeeze? Well, fairly high right now with the buy-in of BBBY. What's the chance for a Volgavana squeeze? I mean, there's an entropy swap in place, so not as high, but, you know, if FOMO comes in, you know, RC sparking interest with his Twitter announcements and his letters to the board at BBBY, and, you know, if a Volgavana squeeze occurs on BBBY, that could translate to that occurring on GameStop. So the possibility of that is a little elevated from where it was a week ago. The potential for a gamma squeeze, everyone's been getting burned on options for 3 months. Most people never bought them in the first place. If we see price improvement of more than 100%, and yeah, then we could see people exercising options and do a gamma squeeze. But I would say the possibility for that is pretty low. And without that, you have no short squeeze. And with no short squeeze, you have no MOASS. That's a realistic assessment of the situation we're in right now. It's not that I don't believe in it. I think it's possible. I just think other things have to occur first. And I think focusing on MOASS is a detractor from the actual shit that's going on with the stock. It's like everything, it's almost become its own FUD. The same way that DRS, in my opinion, became FUD as soon as it stopped being about counting shares and started being about protecting yourself from hypothetical fucking economic catastrophe. Because the echo chamber just keeps repeating the same thing over and over again. It keeps getting louder and louder until it no longer means what it meant in the first place. Jesus fucking Christ, the Bear's chat in Discord is giving me hemorrhoids. A breakdown of the cycle is expected preceding a squeeze, much like when your wife misses her period. Baby equals MOASS. I mean, it's the best thing that could happen. But we have to see if it happens. And until it does, we don't know, right? We're in the dark. Check Pigeon Whale chat. Have you filmed a video? I'll watch it later. I want to watch it right now. If one party holds variance position and another party isn't covering their obligations, is the party with a variance incentivized to force the other party's hand? Yeah. Both, JC. These people see black and white, and you live in the gray. That's why you have to over-explain your theories. It's because the market is dynamic, and you never know what's going to come. So looking at things in black and white doesn't it's not going to help you. Nothing is guaranteed. Conservative price targets for FTD squeeze. It's tricky. If an FTD squeeze pops off, we can move a lot, like significantly, right? And that's going to put at least some pressure on variance swaps and cause hedging. It may not cause a Volga-Vana squeeze because I don't know how the new risk management rules in NSCC 001 and OCC 001 and the new pricing structure for that margin requirement on variance swaps will affect a Volga-Vana squeeze, because obviously we haven't seen one happen since last year when the rules were different. But it will require additional hedging no matter what. A significant increase in price and volatility will require additional hedging, even if the margin requirements are reduced. And that additional hedging can really drive the price up. And so then we can see, like, that's when we start to see that like 350 range. I don't know how underwater the shorts are now, but if, you know, options bought now at like 120 are, you know, and the underlying's trading at 350, then the ability for people to exercise is very easy, right? Like people can definitely exercise at those prices. And so that can trigger a gamma squeeze. And if a gamma squeezes, I mean, you're talking like 600, 800, maybe 1,000. And that's a point at which could really put pressure on the shorts big time. So yeah, I mean, everything has to line up, everything has to work out, options have to be exercised, people have to be not greedy, which is that's a big fucking ask. And not greedy in more than one way. They can't for that gamma squeeze to really trigger, you need people that are in longer dated calls that have time to hold and are also willing to sit on massive profits and not sell, right? Because without that, once that delta pressure is gone, once they sell, then they can re-leverage and push the price back down. And we know this from past run-ups. This is proven in the data time and time again. People have to remember that DFE never advocated a MOASS. He promoted deep fucking value, the company's ability to reverse their course for big earnings. Yep. But that's not why people bought. Most people bought in January on the run up, or in March on the run up, or in June on the run up. They bought very high and they chased. They didn't know. It's different. That's harder to hold when you're down. And they have, and it's been rough. So I understand the sentiment. I do. Yeah, I might quick name. Entropy hedge is not cheap. And it has theta, right? What likely changed between November 2021 to now that caused GME beta to go from negative to positive? GME beta has been relatively neutral since last January. It took time for that to catch up because beta is reverse looking over a very long period of time. But yeah, after the January sneeze, GameStop's beta was, and the subsequent run-ups moved inverse of the market, like March and June, which added to the negative beta. But negative beta is not like a live value. It's reverse looking. And so when you're seeing that negative beta on GameStop, you're really just seeing the effects of those like tumultuous price events. And you're not really seeing the effect of the market on the underlying. That's why, you know, from the day I started this stream, I told people that negative beta was bullshit, and it didn't get me a lot of fans, but those entropy swap hedges, what levels are they at? Where do you see the ceiling that they've put it in? Is it at the end of the chain, 950? Probably. You have to remember that they're going to try to fade the peak, and that's where the danger is for them. Is when they try to flip out of that entropy swap and short the peak. And if the positive delta hedge continues, it can blow through that wall. And if it does, they're destroyed. That could trigger MOASS, right? Because those positions blow up. You have a hypothesis on the window of a possible margin call? Yeah, 60 to 70 days from Feb 25th, with a window of error of about 5 trading days. So say 65 to 75 that it could occur within. Sorry it's so loose, but so are the guidelines. Is there an FTD squeeze due to the buy-in? It would likely happen a little further out, right? I mean, I could see BBBY getting reg showed after futures delivery is not met, like GameStop did last year. Sorry, I was a little bit behind, Jacob, but I answered you. Everyone has to play out perfectly. Everything can play out exactly as it's supposed to. Yeah, it can all happen. That's why I continue to carry massive like options positions on GameStop, because I still think it can happen. So you're talking about a feedback loop that is triggered by a runaway asymmetric hedging by all sorts of counterparties to all matter of fuckerous backdoor deals, leading to a Volgavana squeeze. Yeah, essentially. Except no fall guy this time, right? Robinhood would blow up immediately. Their assets under management are significantly reduced. And most people don't have their shares there anymore. Then they got to fight the big boys and try to get buying off the table that way. And they're never going to fail their fucking margin checks. Like Fidelity, Vanguard, never. They have too much money. They got lucky last year. Lucky or took advantage of a fault, and it benefited them greatly. I think earnings could be better this quarter. It's quarter 4. Praise be to the lady we up. Praise be to her. Dans are eternal. Riku. Thank you, Darth. It didn't get you a lot of fans, but hey, at least you have us. That's true. Who's got 2 thumbs and bought the BBY dip and sold the cat rip? This guy. Congratulations, Diddles. Speaking of cat, no, still stabilized. Not filling my fucking limits. That's annoying. If it stabilizes right above them, I don't know what to do. God, I'm gonna have to adjust them every fucking 20 minutes. I have a theory states Jimmy will go up significantly in April and May. It's possible. I can see May more likely than April. But, I mean, if depending on that FINRA deferral. When do you see us hitting 150 again? Could be after earnings. Could be longer. Flip. I suppose I should just clip all of that then, right? I don't even know how long it went back. Let's go back like 30 minutes or something. Did I miss something? You missed the most important part. Check Pigeon Whale chat again. There's 2 videos. I told you I'll watch them later. You'll receive my commentary in time. Ooh, we're kind of breaking 108. A little, we're trying. You can now see the VIX swap in WeBull that we saw in ATP 15 minutes ago. Yeah, I saw it when it happened. Some news came in, didn't affect the market as much as people thought. I don't know what happened there. Could be like a position move. Big one. I mean, you're talking like big money, billions on VIX and SPY shit. So, what is the 1 year anniversary of you starting the stream? April, I think, at some point in April. Don't forget what they did with nickel this week, that margin call squeeze and subsequent canceling positions. Yeah. So we did some DD, found my Macellum Capital got 9 of the 12 BBBY board seats. And Macellum is ran by a hedge fund. They have controlling board seats in several other firms as well. Yeah, when a company's failing, they literally hop on board, funding them and keeping them afloat for long enough till they can gain controlling interest. It's a strategy. What's the advantage of taking on that private equity? What's the advantage of Ryan Coinbase purchases of the FTD cycles? He creates pressure on the CNS, driving up more FTDs, forcing FTDs to go uncleared, as his buy-in usurps the volume. Would you mind seeing some TA on GME? I don't know if there's a lot to do on this dip. It's kind of short-lived. I mean, you have an uptrend from the bottom on the 1 hour. I don't know what time frame you're on, but this is a reversal of trend. Obviously, the peak of that trend is going to be here at, you know, gamma max. This is no longer a resistance. So we could keep pushing up into this, probably fail. We'll probably need some tests of this upper resistance before we can break out, but the reversal is good. And it's in line with our previous resistance down at 100, like just under 100. The upper trend line, not so relevant as we have that resistance, but be like right there. This can break out and fail. It's a continuation pattern off of the downtrend. So before a recovery happens, this could probably break and hit, you know, 111, fail into or through tomorrow, and then recover and start moving up further. Maybe Monday. Tesla dead. Looks good still, right? It's up 3% today. April, your anniversary stream may also be my birthday stream. MOASS confirmed. We really bounced off 10. Yeah. Seems to be its bottom right now. If Hero survives long enough, he will be Kramer. Gert Kramer in 2033. Yeah. Oil futures down $15 or over 12% today alone. Yep. I'm aware. What do you think Jamie Ivy will ever get? Short hedge funds still have positions. They afford to have it too low, or else people will pile into options again, correct? Yeah, if it gets too low, it gets a little risky for them. But also, you know, it benefits them it going lower if they're short volatility, providing, you know, insurance on the market in a sense. So, you know, there are entities that are interested in driving the volatility down. Greg's gonna be selling a course by end of day. No. Dude, if you want hopium, just go fucking hop on Superstonk. Everyone will tell you it's okay if you DRS your shares. I don't think anybody's ever watched me for that reason. So, sorry you're sad. I really want to start learning cover calls, but I'm scared I'm going to mess it up. That's reasonable. My investor confidence in myself is shaky being down so far. I mean, like I said, when I think the time is ripe and the risk is lower, I will discuss strategies surrounding cover calls and how to appropriately use them. If you don't mind a follow-up question, Gimi has gone down from generally inversing SPY to now correlating SPY since last fallish. Any ideas what may have caused that too? Also look at low volume. It hasn't. You're seeing something that's not there. Gimi tracks very, very closely with the SPY. It wasn't really inversing it before either. It had higher FTDs, which caused, you know, the CNS cycle to continue to run the stock, regardless of movement in the overall market, because the buy pressure was higher than the buy pressure from active funds. But when you see that flip is June of last, or July of last year, when FTDs on GameStop are no longer high, and so the, you know, the CNS process wasn't clearing as many per day. How do you feel about those XRT calls? Oh, they're shit. My 80 ones I rolled out to April. Hopefully they do something. But these are probably, I'm gonna hold them just in case XRT pumps super hard right before its dividend. Because they're worth what, fucking $2? Like, I don't really care about them. I made a bunch off of those IV spikes a few weeks back in early Feb when they were clearing out their reg show FTDs for the December period. Ultimately, short hedge funds are on a clock. Gimi is transforming at some point. The likelihood substantially increases that institutions go deep long. Yeah, once, and it's gonna take a while, but yes. I only watch Gherkin for DRS hype. Check Cheesecake Factory, ticker cake. Hmm. Weird. That never really. What am I looking for here, turd? You think this is a new one? They didn't do so great on their last earnings. I heard covered calls relatively safe. Yeah, for the most part. I mean, if you want to preserve your position without selling your shares ever, it's a little trickier. So it's trickier on GameStop, right? Because like you don't want to sell. On a stock where you don't care and you're willing to like buy back in, they're much safer. But on GameStop there is some risk to getting assigned. It can be based on both ride or die. So it can be a long-term trend as well as a short-term one. Which pigeon whale do you think can produce the best Riku? Should there be a competition? Ooh. Yes, there should be. Pigeon whales. Give us your best Riku. but I will judge you. When selling cover call, can you buy it to close at any time? Yeah. No, you can just buy to close at any time. When did the most recent XRT FTD numbers come out? Fucking next week. Thanks, Israel. April 26th. God, it's been a long fucking time. Why Roth look like the basket? Hmm. I think we found support in the 130 to 35 range. It's not really that it's finding support. There's no shares of it left, so it's just tracking the futures now. The futures have found support in whatever range this price translates to. People should just sell CSPs. I mean, not everyone has that much cash on hand. But yes, I agree. But I think most people are doing that already or done it all along. I'm not sure. I sell them basically every week. You never judged our calves, and I already got. I mean, I won the calf competition, so there was never anything to judge. You will be judged on the recues you've already posted, unless you feel like you can do better. In which case, now that the competition has been announced, you may post one more. A double posting of Riku's, or the takedown of one Riku to replace with another, will result in immediate disqualification. The prize, nothing. Just something you can lord over other pigeon whales, which is, not something you get to do often. Maybe I'll give you a special name color. Doesn't matter, I still won. Trash. Growing equals great calves confirmed. You're not wrong. All my money is already in GME shares, so my understanding is CCs are my only tool, not CSP. Yes, that would be correct. Unless you have an extra $10,000 to $15,000 lying around. That is FUD. We need evidence of calves. Otherwise, it's obviously fake news. The evidence exists. You need to find it. I call for a ban for anyone who reposts a Riku to cheat the contest. No, just disqualified. How do you keep track of all your positions across different brokers while streaming 7 hours a day? Real question, giant whiteboard? I have a whiteboard. I don't use it frequently, but it's there. A lot of my positions I don't really keep track of actively. I might look at them like every 45 or 90 days. My active positions aren't in a lot of brokerages. So a lot of my broker diversification is GameStop. The rest of my positions are much more concentrated. Are you ignoring me again? Like, slightly. Ban Pi-Fi for fixing the calf competition. I don't know what you're talking about. Dan Almighty. No, feet are not same like calves. Velvet Jupiter. Are there any fast moving cheap options plays that are risky as fuck but can be incredibly profitable? Or should I just play a penny stock and see what happens? I'd be down to do that. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. I just closed out my AMD position, guys. $600 gains for the first time in my life. Congrats. It's really easy to make money on other stocks. Do you still options as intraday trades, or do you mainly swing now? I've been doing a lot more swing trading and less intraday trading, but that's because that day trading and like intraday trading is difficult on the stream. Like if people want to watch me sit here for 2 hours at a time staring intently and not saying anything, then I can do day trading, but that doesn't sound very entertaining for people. Also, it's just I mean I should have probably walked away from intraday trading a while back, and the stream has actually encouraged me to do that, and it's better for my portfolio and my risk overall significantly. I mean, probably more money now and take on far less risk than I did intraday trading. Yep. That's what you do when you blow up an account, you dust yourself off and you do it again, or you never do it again. There's really two options there. I think most people choose the latter. I exclusively enter day trade now while listening to you all day. Of course, not any tickers you were discussing. That's fair. If I get assigned for CCs, or MMs getting your shares? Yeah. I mean, if they're exercising, possible way for them to get shares? Yeah. If they exercise and you get assigned, it is. Well, I was faced with a problem in the first few months of the stream, and that I was making significantly less money from trading, and the stream didn't pay dick. So I had to change my strategy around, and so that kind of forced me into swing trading. And it's just more profitable. So the stream still doesn't really pay much. It's better than it used to be, but it's still like, I don't know, $5,000-6,000 a month, which is, yeah, I know it seems like a lot, but I mean, it's less than an entire year of streaming is less than I've made on Cat in the last 48 hours. So it's just not really a comparison. I blew up my account, yelled at myself for being dumb, then started paper trading. That's better than most people who blow up 3 or 4 accounts before paper trading. I know you hate HGen, but I want to get options to the upcoming data release. With the IV is 200%. I should avoid it, correct? Spread is $50-$60 for May calls. Will IV ever go down? You could buy further out, maybe, to dodge the IV, but maybe not. Buy stock. Buy stock and try to lower your cost basis by selling calls into that very high IV. Maybe sell calls at your price targets for your stock purchase. That could be a way. Then, you know, if you don't fill, you made a lot of money on premium, lowering your cost basis. And if you do fill, you sold the stock at the price you want to sell it at. Seems like a win-win. What's crazy is that I paper traded for a while, made a good amount of money, and then traded for real and had like 3 months of pure green, and then November came. November was a fucking bitch. It was a hell of a rug pull. It burned everybody. It burned institutions that were in options at the time. How much money is enough money? At what point do you just park your account in VTI and chill on divvies? Never? I don't know. For me, never. The Dens are getting crushed by gas prices, inflation. Seems like you need to put in some more hours behind the dumpster. I mentioned before, but I forgot. How much did you initially fund your accounts when you started day trading? My first account, 25,000. Subsequent accounts between 5 and 10,000. I take a master class from your friend that swings 0 to 25k. I'll just drop out of class before he teaches me how to use it all. He's good at it. He plays mid cap volume spikes, which are risky as fuck, but he has good TA skills, so he does well. But then, you know, he ultimately fucking YOLOs it all in on something and loses his ass. I feel like I lost confidence after that because all my trades have been red since then. Fear. You can't have fear. It doesn't benefit you. If you don't have confidence in your trades, you'll just lose money but slower. I have BBY calls. I already took profits on some, but I have a few 318s left. I use the profits to buy some GME, May, and the money calls. What should I do with these leftover BBBYs? You can hold if you have confidence. I mean, I don't know what date for 318s. You're in the money. I mean, what do you think Orion's buying? You want to go long? You can exercise, sell, capture profits. I mean, you have the same options you have on any other position that's in the money. Once a week, pick a Twitter pumper, analyze their trade pumps, and we listen to you rip them apart in a smooth, sassy tone we know and love. Ugh, that sounds gross. Where's the term Freg's Day originate from? I know it was the November rug pull, but why Freg's Day? I don't know. Freg died. So it seemed appropriate that when the stock died too, we would memorialize him. I know you hate SoFi, but do you think it has a chance to squeeze? No. It has a chance to go up, but a very long time from now. I think the most important part of day trading is having a good strategy and executing it properly. No, the most important part of day trading is not losing money. If you can get yourself to a point where 10 losses hurt you less than the amount of money you gain off of one win, you're in a good spot. Because remember, trading is responsible gambling, right? But it's the less risk you take, the more it becomes short-term investing. Look at me, I'm being responsible. A pair of BBBY May monthly 20Cs. Nice. I'd have confidence in that. I mean, you're already up. You're up today. Shit. April 14 calls don't print, and my trading account will have blown up. Where are your calls at? What strikes? When asked about streaming, if MOASS is 0% chance, you said maybe, I don't know, and you would still want to teach how to manage a portfolio. Where do you think wanting to teach came from? I don't want to see people lose money. I don't know. I think the best thing that came out of all of this still is not the gains or the attendees or the friends, but that people are interested in the market and trying to learn how to improve their financial future through trading and investing, instead of slapping their money into 401ks and bank accounts and savings, like money market and bullshit that doesn't earn anything and doesn't even increase above the price of inflation. So I think that's valuable. More participants in the market means a fairer market, a market built for retail, by retail, and represents a dynamic power shift in the way things are currently designed. And that's priceless. Smart to get into BBBY. April's for a potential run after RC's buy-in, or Leaps for less leverage. I would probably look at Leaps. He did, right? There's a reason. It could take some time. Thanks, Ken Grifter. With all the gains from the knowledge you've provided, at some point everyone in here will be pigeon whales and you'll be rich from all the front running. I believe soon the price of hot dogs will increase rapidly. What's the best financial instrument to capitalize on this speculation? Find out who sells the most hot dogs. They stand to benefit the most. Find out, well, first I'd find out what's consumed more, pork or beef frankfurters, or like mixed meat or beef frankfurters. Economic decline probably indicates that there's like pork, chicken, beef blend would be the greatest, right? Like because they're cheaper. So you want to find out who sells the most cheap hot dogs. They're going to bump their prices, but they'll still be cheaper than their competition, right? So people will be incentivized to buy them. And then what you do is you take the companies that sell the most of those and you would speculate on them. You would do an analysis of their price trend currently, see if you missed the boat. If you haven't, you'd want to try to find a nice entry point, buy in, and then ride it out. People need to be able to retire without living in poverty. Priceless is right. Thank you. It's up 60%. Wondering if I should pull the parachute. I don't know what fucking stock you're talking about or anything. I mean, if you're comfortable with 60% gains, take them. If that was your target, you know, you can start moving out of your position slowly. I don't even know what fucking stock you're talking about, man. I appreciate the donation, but you got to give me more info than that. I mean, up is generally a good time to sell, but how much up on what? What's your projection? If you haven't reached your price target yet, do you want to take some profits to hedge in case the price slips? When is a good time to get into Intel? Soon. Yeah, I'd wait for market conditions to maybe bring the price down a little to a little more favorable level. I think Intel's kind of up right now. Oh, actually, no. I like the current price. It's not bad. A lot of time though. Not going to move quick. I would say maybe over a year And at that point, maybe like $68 a share at best. I don't think he sold the leaps. Based on what I've looked at of the valuation of the company, I don't think he sold the leaps at all. If anything, I think he might buy more after he announces his buy-in. Came here because the title said ETF. Stayed for the hot dog DD. Fossil in the basket? Might be. Check it, see if it lines up with OPEX expirations, like its runs. I'm having trouble determining a target gains amount. Usually when I'm making a play, I'm just thinking I want to make a lot of money. Any advice? I mean, if you put 10,000 in and your risk is 2%, you know, try to figure, like, for example, I mean, or 1,000, right? And your risk is 2%. And you know, what's your profit target? And it's, you obviously have to multiply for options, right? So a 20% slip and an option, or versus, you know, like what you obviously, if you're risking that kind of, like, if your risk is 2%, then, you know, you're betting on at least making double that. So like 40% on an option or 4% increase on the underlying price of the stock. That's a strict approach, but excuse me. Fuck. Ko-Fi specialized AZA, you just can't read. Oh, my bad. There's resistance here. At, I want to say just above 1900, but it's more realistically probably resistance at 1900. So set your stops, you know, reasonably within range of that test, and then you can let it play out and consolidate. If it slips, you'll stop out. But you know, if it consolidates and continues to push up, which it does look good to do, if it continues to push up, then, you know, you could see a breakout of that resistance, in which case the next one would be about 1950. So there's a lot of room there for it to run. I guess puts. He's playing the downside. I don't know if I like the downside of this. Entry? Did he say his entry? This looks kind of bullish. I mean, there's like a reversal here on the 1764. And it's continuing to push up. The market's not doing badly today and probably won't for a few more days. I don't think this looks very bearish. So if you're up 60%, maybe, I mean, you can still wait for the test. So yeah, if you're short side, you wait for the test, and if it fails, you know, you get out. If it starts to break through, or if it fails, you stay in. If it starts to break through, you get out. Can't go broke taking profits. That's correct. I mean, you can, if you, but not from trading. Do you have a fundamental evaluation of BBY? No, I haven't done one yet. I'd have to sit down and take a few hours. I don't particularly want to. But I might do one in the near future. Does owning and continually buying GME, all while not crying myself to sleep, imply you have a high risk tolerance? Maybe. Or you just have a high tolerance for that stock. I'm seeing 824 run and a run in 1111, but I'm not sure. Yeah, a lot of the basket didn't run at the end of November, like on the actual OPEX, but a lot of them, I mean, 824 and 1111 could signify something. I probably have to look a little deeper. Look into like Feb, Jan, March. See what happened during December and January's rollover period. If the FTD dates line up like Feb 1st, January 26th, Feb 8th, the big FTD days, then maybe. Jan 13th. There is a swap. The swap is the hedge. The swap is just a pile of options packaged up into another financial instrument. No doubt, Hestia, the amount of fun injected into the chat and Discord on Monday on the RC thing was enormous. Very telling. Yeah, I agree. Monday was rough. Can you have an ultra wide head on Head and Shoulders, or does it need to be all spiky? Yeah, I mean, if it fails resistance, comes down, and then fails at a lower test, then it's likely a Head and Shoulders. You said 2 p.m. Yeah, but I'm like all doing stock stuff now. Trash. How excited for the 17th and 18th? Pretty bullish, I'm not gonna lie. More bullish for the following week than the 17th and 18th. I'm bullish for the T+2 and 3 period, but it's compelling. I finally bought the books. It's one of the most compelling things or series of events we've had in quite some time, since January. I finally bought the books, and the book literally repeats what you say on stream. I've lost all emotions when it comes to ups, downs. Learn to set stop limits to not lose money, and learn that there's always an opportunity to make money. Thank you for everything. You got it, Tom Tom. Thanks, man. Still, you're always fucking confused about, so that's because you over question everything. Sometimes you're overthinking, Stefan. And it's just actually not that complicated. It's pretty simple. Are we expecting a continual slow climb into earnings, or is the last 2 days climb attributed to other things? Today, the market increase, putting a little pressure on whatever FTDs there were. I don't think the Jan 21 ETF FTD is probably not very high, honestly. The following T+2 period out through January 26, a little higher. So tomorrow has a better chance as long as the market continues to improve. If the market slips, they're going to buy those puts and they're going to cover the FTDs in a lower channel, right? And try to drive as many of those calls out of the money as possible, especially with the delta sensitivity spike. It's not ideal for them to let the price go above gamma max or gamma neutral. Sorry. There's a Head and Shoulders, but the head is inverted. Is that anything? That sounds like a double top. I didn't realize scallops were legit patterns until recently. I thought people were messing around. No, it is. Also, viewership is way down. Huh. Yeah, it is. It's okay. I didn't like having that many fucking people in here anyway. I have weeklies. I'm overextended. Let's go. Do you think Rig will consolidate for a few more minutes and then take a swing to the upside? Minutes? If you're looking at some growth on Rig, I would give yourself a few months. The short play is out. Like the short-term play is over. The hype is dead, right? With unless Venezuela doesn't come through on the talks, and then it'll spike. But I would just take advantage of the fairly cheap price and maybe look at some at the money or slightly in the money leaps. If this is something you want to bet on for an oil play into summer, that's where my head would be at. Bet you're loving the 0.64 call increase on Palantir, aren't you? BlackRock shill. What do you think about TSM long term with the Apple news? Looks like it has room up to 125, 145. Might not be a bad play, but with the stuff coming out with the CCP supporting Russia, there could be turmoil. You know, and the CCP is expected to, right? Because they want to push for, you know, control of adjacent territories themselves. You disappoint your viewers by not showing Guybrush, and that's what you get. Oh well, suck it up. You can actually get caught up in the chat again. Also, I have rig leaps. Okay, cool. That time frame doesn't work for me. I'm gonna get margin called long before then. Oh boy. Sorry the viewership's down. I usually watch on 7 different devices, but I'm trying to focus on some stuff today. It's cool. Just 2.5x my money in the last 2 days. Should I go ahead and throw it away on 0 to 1 DTEs later this week like usual, or no? Yeah, I probably wouldn't do that, maybe. Is AMD failing another test of 111, or does it need time? I mean, it failed the test. It might recover here and continue to push up. I would, if you're in like 105s, I don't particularly like a fail down to the 120 here, but yeah, I mean, if you're in 110s, weeklies, I probably would have gotten out at the top. This looks kind of bearish. Let me take a look at the market. See, that's not looking as good. Yeah, I mean, this could consolidate. It went up a lot today. So, you know, maybe even all the way back down to VWAP. So like 109. It's only the smart ones who are still in the stream. That or the true degens. I consider myself a hybrid. Thanks for everything. Thanks, Dominic. Pretty much missed most of the stream today. Did I miss anything? Nothing crazy. I'll have clips up later. Will you continue to stream MOASS or not? Like the OPEX cycles or whatever? Yeah, probably. I mean, for the near term, I have no intention of stopping right now. Things are just getting spicy. Maybe that's the problem, is people just expecting me to be super fucking excited all the time about everything. And I'm mostly indifferent to the vast majority of hype. Smashing Hopium has resulted in down viewership. I'm sure YouTubers will try and drag your name through the mud this week. Probably. Messing around with Schwab's block trade indicator, 273,000 shares traded just on EWRE. I know it doesn't really mean anything, but you know, thought I would share. Interesting. What do you think the effect of QE ending tomorrow has on GME? Consensus is market ouchie down, but could have a fake out and market climbs. I mean, we'll see. CPI data is going to be important tomorrow. Question: the 30 and like the rest of it's priced in. 30 million ETF FTDs that contain GME plus RC 10% BBBY timely basket buy, and both seem like gargantuan events. And both you don't think can overwhelm the entropy hedge. I mean, it depends on if they try to fade the peak or not. You can't overwhelm an entropy hedge. It's long gamma, right? So it's just like if the price goes up, they make money. It's the overwhelming part comes when they try to fade the top and revert back to their short volatility, short equity position. And that's where the danger and the risk is posed. Typically drops a day after earnings. Typically, although some days it's been fairly even. August was particularly good. It dipped and then bounced back up, if anyone remembers. Dude, the Pixel Quad Witching Day is coming up. You better get hype. All right. If selling CC isn't also working, can you set a limit to buy back your CCs at a specific strike? You can set a limit to buy them back at a specific price. I believe it's in the basket. I'm going to buy some puts for earnings tonight. The runs in Jan, Feb, June, August indicate to me that it's in the basket but not large. Okay. Yeah, that can be a thing. Try something new. Instead of near expiration dates, I bought 2023 Disney 150 Leaps. I think it's undervalued right now and will run this summer. Tell me I did okay. I like the double bottom. I think you did okay. 150 is a little pricey, but I guess if you have till 2023, it can reverse. The only problem is the market continues to drag down. You may have to average down if the price gets cheaper. So if the market drags down, you have a long position like that. You want to look for the opportunity to average down your position, playing that bounce, and move back to the upside. Am I alive? Probably. Are you more of a fan of selling CCs in the opening 90 minutes or power hour? It depends on what I'm selling them on. Some stocks have a really like a lot of volatility increase during the during like the opening bell. That can be the best time to sell covered calls on them. Stocks like GameStop that are just high IV all the time, it's not always the highest at open. Sometimes it'll peak like midday or like I'd imagine today GameStop peaked probably around that test of 108, like right here. This 108.86. So if like that would have been the best time to sell a CC today. I mean, in hindsight, obviously. I sold mine like here, which was also a good time to sell them, but obviously not as good. The drop in channel lock commodities are currently is to shake out a few and fake out everything is okay to later rug pull. Maybe. I think it's just the thing with commodities is they're gonna, their pricing is gonna be far more influenced by, global politics and the current macroeconomic situation than like an equity, maybe, depending on what that equity tracks. But Enough stock excuses. Rowing time. Row, row, row. All right, I hear you. I hear you all. Fine. What happened? Yeah, I'm not sure that that chicken on a raft thing demonetized me. I came back just in time for the turnaround. CPI coming in at 8% tomorrow, probably. What's the estimates? Short squeezed. Nickel short squeezed. We're not just gonna listen to absurd sea shanties every day, okay? Ugh. Hold on, I gotta catch my breath a little. I did 800 meters. 7 minutes, which wasn't very good, but oh, like fucking sweaty and shit now. Apple running. I mean, that's what I bought calls for. It looks good. Needs to break 163, but it's got a chance. It only gets, yeah, I know it gets easier the more you do it. Please, I'll stop making weird jokes where I refer to you as dad or daddy. It's like half the fun of doing the stream. What's the acceptable amount of time to wear the same socks and boxers consecutively? I've been doing 4 to 7 days. What's your ratio? 1 to 1. One day, 1 sock boxer combo. 4 to 7 days is extremely excessive, Velvet. You're gonna get like a skin infection or something. You please play chicken on a raft. I even made a little Photoshop of it in the Louvre. Fine, Jesus. See, this is why I can't do anything on this stream, because it can never be fun just once. It's got to be like, oh, we're doing chicken on a raft 900 fucking times. What is it about monotony? What are you guys, toddlers?
The skipper's in the wardroom drinking gin. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Well, I don't mind knocking, but he ain't going in. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. That Jimmy's laughing like it did rain. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. He's looking at me, copycats again. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. That chicken on a raft on a Monday morning. Oh, what a terrible sight to see.
Tendies.
Tap toes forward and the dustman off. Sitting there picking at a chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Hey-yo, chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Hey-yo, chicken on a raft. Now get me the middle and the forenoon too. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. I'm pulling on a whaling crew. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft.
Did you get demonetized? I don't think so, but I also didn't check. I'm gonna find out right now.
Chicken on a raft on a Monday morning. Oh, what a terrible sight to see. Tap toes forward and the dustman off.
No, I didn't. Apparently this song is good to go.
Sitting there picking at a chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Hey-yo, chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Hey-yo, chicken on a raft. I had a little girl in Donny B. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. I bet she make a fool of me. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Her heart was like
a
passer's shower. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Run hot to cold in a quarter of an hour. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. That chicken on a raft on a Monday morning. Oh, what a terrible sight to see. That toes forward and the dustman off. Sitting there picking
I have it set at 5, I think, Bob.
Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Hey-yo, chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Hey-yo, chicken on a raft. We kissed goodbye on the midnight bus. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. She didn't cry, she didn't fuss. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Am I the one that she loves best? Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Or just a cuckoo in another man's nest? Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Yep, chicken on a raft on a Monday morning. Oh, what a terrible sight to see. Tap toes forward and the dustman off.
I just saw Carl's doppelganger. Weird. No, you probably just saw Carl. He likes to check in on everyone.
Hey-yo, chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Hey-yo, chicken on a raft. An Amazon girl lived in Dumfries. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. She only had kids in her 2s and 3s. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. She's got a little sister in Maryhill. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. She said she won't, but I think she will. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft.
What setting do you have for VWAP? I think it's 14. When you row, do you have a predetermined distance, or is it just a time factor? I try to do 100 meters a minute.
Chicken on a raft. Hey-o, chicken on a raft. It's all the flash packets and packets of fame. She hails from New York and this red notes her name. From the wild western ocean, she's down.
So CPI is higher than last month, SPY down.
She's the Liverpool packets of
Definitely down.
very down, 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 very down.
How long is this fucking song?
Falling out of Waterloo Dock and the boys
We're not going through the whole fucking playlist. Fuck you guys. Did you do crew like out on the boat? No. I went to a school where that kind of activity and lacrosse were very popular, but I did not participate. I saw the pirate pick trash. If you have the money, it'll auto exercise. If you don't, nothing. SMK Alive 27. I'm probably still at about 250, but I haven't weighed myself in a while. You? Last time I weighed myself, I was like 243, so I assume I'm fatter than that. Any cover call strike ideas for next week? No. Did you see how fluffy my feathers were? I did. He fluffed them up good. Do you like it when Like K fluffs you? Or would you prefer to do it yourself? Play more sea shanties, the ones that can't get you demonetized. Chicken on a raft on repeat works. You need to calm down, Darth. I don't typically play the downside. Although, An opportunity to play the downside may be coming up. So if we go out here and we look at cat, this is on the 1 hour. Yeah, that's sufficient. So if it falls below this primary resistance at 204 and then comes back up and tests, and that test fails, then I will buy puts here as it falls back down. If it bounces here, then I will buy calls. Currently, it's floating just above my stop limit, which is extremely annoying. That's fair. What's up? Joining for lunch. I miss anything good today? No. Some users' names show up green in chat, but mine shows up white. Why? They're members and you are not. You put limit orders in if it fails and starts to tank, or you'll be watching and clicking frantically. I already have limit orders in place. If it drops below 107.50, all of my calls will be sold, except for my June 190s. You know, definitely not a bot 6. I have the same number of covered calls ideas for next week that I had 3 minutes ago when you asked the first time, and I told you no. How concerned would you be holding April 150 Cs going into earnings? Every earnings, they crush the share price. I mean, I'm rolling mine out before earnings to June, so. This is cat. That's exactly what I was describing, Dan. I did the whole, I broke the whole thing down for you. Nope, sorry, Celtic. While appreciated, that's not how you get to be a member. No problem, definitely not a bot. When you first got into this play, why do you think you had the downside to play with the price? Did you think you had the downside to play with the price so when the rise went up, you could sell the top and then cash? Hold on. What? When you first got into this, do you think you had the downside to play with the price so when the rise went up, you could sell the top and then cash? I have no idea what you're saying. I know he sees my messages too and is ignoring me, which is the saddest part that wounds my soul. If only you hadn't stolen my chair. We could have been friends. You said 107, which is Jimmy's price. I think you said the wrong price. Oh, yeah. 207.50. Sorry. Yeah, I meant 207. It's roughly 207.50. What's your net worth, homie? I don't know. I have to add it all up. Time for the Billy Madison clip. Are you planning any trades specifically for the earnings call? I'll know better around the earnings call next week. Are they losing leverage on Jimmy, or are they just not shorting like they used to? I mean, they're not really shorting much today at all. Or yesterday, interestingly. In hindsight, what do you think the reasoning was for them taking it to 85? I think I don't think they intended to get it that low. But I think the drop in the market benefited them. Yeah, but even if I had, which I do, a calculator to estimate my net worth, why the fuck would I tell anyone? Yeah, that makes sense. Also, it's volatile. That's why no one's bought long on it, or not a lot of people have bought a lot of shares on it. It has no forward guidance and it's volatile. So why the fuck would you buy it? If you're like a long institution that plans on holding it for 10 years. They're not shorting, but buying a ton of puts. I mean, that's still shorting. Just a different way of doing it. I think they might have used it all up on Monday. How can you tell what trades were shorts? Don't see this info on WeBull. It's not on WeBull. You can't actually tell the difference between a short and a sale. And it also doesn't matter because they use ETF creation. But we can look at ETF fund flow, short volume for the day, and make, you know, an FTD reports later on and make a fairly rough estimate of how much is sold short in a given period of time. Good time to short Pfizer based on TA. No. Looks like I could climb back up to about 50 before it breaks down further. Fund flow is negative during creation. Positive during redemption. The authorized participant and ETF agents. I want to short ES so badly right now. I can barely contain myself. Almost feels like free money. Yeah. Maybe. Although, I guess. If Jimmy beats earnings and the stock runs, what sort of pressure will that create going into the 18th? A lot. So I've usually spiked to before GME earnings. I don't know. Let me look back. Go look at the historic values. Second. In November, was December 10th earnings? What was the December? December 8th. So December 8th, leading into it. Ivy actually dropped into December 8th. Ivy was way up on December 3rd. Let's look at more historical. Ivy went up about 20% into earnings in June. In September, Ivy went up about 10% into earnings. December, it went down because it was right after that big dip. and then it shot up again after earnings. So it went from like 106 to 110, and then it dipped and then went up to 120 as it continued to go down. Not a lot of earnings volatility in December. Earlier in the year, it was higher though, 30, 40%. Is the obligation warehouse and CNS making all this can kicking possible? It helps. It makes it a lot easier to do. Is Cat chasing even with that double bottom confirmed on the 1 minute? I don't think so. I think Cat's well positioned to continue moving up, but I would want to confirm a bounce. Russia halting commodity exports and kind. Palladium gonna go vertical. Interesting. Is X gonna keep ripping, looking pretty strong? Probably. I wouldn't say the SPY is gonna break out, but it may move up and retest 129 before end of day. Or like here during power hour. I think GME might continue down. Especially if it slips VWAP here. I think PLTS can go to 1350. Nope, that's not it. Here. I don't have PLTS. You talking about Palantir? Oh. I don't know. Maybe. Probably not. It's a big pile of shit. Double bottom. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's possible. I'd aim a little lower, like 1250. Because it looks like there's some resistance there. 1350 is possible, though. Less likely. How about you can have the chair on weekends? Who's paying for shipping? Big Short ES is the play. What is slash ES though? Like, I assume you mean Eversource Energy? Or are you talking about the SPY, like the minis? See again. I assume you're talking about the minis because 4280. Yeah, the E minis. Okay. Could be. Could be priced in. AMD trying really hard to consolidate about 111. You with your girthy net worth? That doesn't seem fair. Yes, I got it. Yes, E-minis. I understand. What if they beat though? Like CPI is not guaranteed to come in high tomorrow. The market's already lost a lot of value. I understand oil's up, which probably will upset it more likely than not. Although oil's been diving today. $89 of my original Jimmy shares just went long-term unrealized capital losses as of today. Congratulations, Fubar. Yeah, I know it is. But it'll still be factored against current conditions. Time traveling superpositional cat. Remember when you called FINRA? Unfortunately. Derivatives of derivatives of derivatives of derivatives. In a market where nothing traded represents the actual thing underlying it, people for some reason think that there is value in owning the actual component. I didn't say nonsense about earnings. Salty B. I don't know what the fuck your deal is, man. You're just mad because I wouldn't get people to pump your penny stock the other day. But it's not like I'm not looking at the December IV here. See, it dipped into December earnings. So IV stagnated, then it dropped off and then went back up as the price continued to drop. Let's go fuck yourself, asshole. Price goes up, DRS works. Price goes down, crime. You've learned so much, turd, in 1 year. Cbon just had big volume spike down. We're not sure if that's significant. Average daily volume 150K, and the 10-minute candle was almost 150K. Interesting. Could have just been a large options position. Maybe check for unusual orders. Organic vectors, China, AMC, China bond ETF. Kind of looks like somebody just sold a bunch. There was a big sell here at 118,000. Or it looks like a sell-off. How the fuck are you even tracking that? How can you get your shares out of DRS? Just got diagnosed with myeloma. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I need their shares liquid. Transfer them back to a brokerage. What do you think about, oh, I hope you get better, man. I'm sorry to hear that. How was IV last earning December? Shilling and avoiding the question. The question was, what was the IV change into the last earnings date? The price action into the last earnings date was shit. And then the earnings were also shit. And then the price took an even bigger dump. Not avoiding any questions. How's your fucking penny stock doing, dude? Your leaps printing? What do you think of rolling April 14s? If I'm so fucking suspicious, go back to Super Stonk, stick your head up your fucking purple anus, and fuck off. DRS your uranium shares? No. What penny stock was salty shilling again so I can short it? I don't remember. If you DRS your gold shares, do you get real gold? Probably not. Sorry, what were the results of the poll? I don't know. I didn't pay attention. I don't give a shit what people have DRS'd. They'll report it at earnings, right? Why would I care about any speculation on it from now till then? Hmm. So when you asked me about it when it was peaking, you sold it at a profit. You sold your leaps at a profit during after hours before it came back down. I thought it was a good long-term investment. What happened to be guaranteed run, not after hours rug pull because it's a shitty penny stock. Yeah, I know the poll I did. I didn't pay attention to the results. Why am I always so angry? Because I have to deal with idiots all day. You'd be fucking angry too. Are you streaming earnings? Are you ready for us to ask you that 100x day for the next 100 times a day for the next few weeks? I'm prepared. I expect it. It's the norm. You weren't waiting for the congressional approval of mining rights. Got to hold that shit to the midterm, right? What happened to midterm elections, dude? Salty B with his like, isn't Girk sus? This seems so suspicious. Why is he avoiding questions about earnings? Fuck you. What a dick. And tinfoil hat nut jobs. Go make up a conspiracy theory and then get really behind it. Should do segments where you let someone on your show to debate. You are sus. I understand. I straight up can't handle customer service because I have to deal with potato people who go Karen mode when you sniff the wrong way. Yeah. It's sort of like that, but with thousands of people at a time. Thanks, Average Joe. Apple broke 163. Cool. It just needs to go up $5 more and I'll be very happy. When entropy swap is at its most risk to the issuer of said swap, why don't they just extend it so there is no winding it down? It's expensive to extend it. Also, they want to revert back to their short volatility position. They don't want to be neutral volatility while the price does nothing, right? They want to be short volatility if the price is going to trade fucking sideways. They definitely don't want to be long gamma, right? So their fucking swap is just decaying rapidly, and they're only quarterly. Entropy swaps aren't long term. BBY leaps, same like inverse febs. Maybe. If they failed margin, would those thousands of FTDs keep piling up until it was reg showed? Or are they not reported because of the failure? I mean, they're not reported because they only report FTDs on the 15th and 30th of every month. So any FTDs that occurred from the beginning of this month through the 15th won't be reported until the beginning of April. So we wouldn't know. But it would show up on Reg Show before we got the data to support it being on Reg Show. Unless they fuck up again and give us current FTD numbers like they did in Feb. Susquehanna hired more of the shills to get everyone to think that Melvin and Citadel are the big players. I mean, Susquehanna is bigger than both of them combined. Holding longer calls for Apple, but do you see continuing uptrend for the rest of the week? Seeing if I should dump weeklies today. It could take a hit tomorrow. If you have weeklies, I wouldn't probably carry them into CPI. Do you need a hug? Here's a virtual one. Don't worry, I'm vaxxed. Thanks, Elena. I'm fine, by the way. It just irritates me when people do that shit. It reminds me of the nonsense in Super Stock all over again, and I'm done with that. Do you see stock market crash before MOASS? Is it safe to buy right now? No. I don't think it's safe to, I mean, it's safe to buy what? GameStop's kind of cheap, but the market can still crash. It's very close. It's at a tipping point without a doubt. Maybe April 14th is on Apple, but I might dump today at a humble profit. I'm thinking about it. Buy back in after the dip from CPI. Might not be a terrible idea, but it is doing well. Like, it looks like it's going to continue to run into the end of the day. It's maybe not enough. It's a SPY do. Fucking same stock. Hmm. Yeah, I'll wait like another 20 minutes or so and make a decision. You say crash, do you mean a real market crash? Or you still think a steep correction? That'll depend. A real market crash is possible. We have like, you know, an international conflict going on right now. Oil and nickel and you know, fucking wheat has been running. Like, all the commodities are pushing up into short positions. VIX is remaining high and is caught in a feedback loop of its own, as people try to fade the top and get trapped under, you know, increasing volatility. So the potential for a crash is higher now than it was a couple months ago. But relative to 2020, I mean, we're still, a lot of people are still up, so I don't think the fear is as high. It's getting there, though. The longer this goes on, the more fear is going to build. And without some easing of that, without like a big correction back up into like 440, 450 range for the SPY, it's, you know, the sentiment isn't going to improve. And that'll keep dragging it down slowly until it breaks. It can take some time. So Cat and Visa have strong channels you like to trade in. Any others that are worth looking into, watching? No, that's enough free money. Appreciate your clicking. Please click YouTube's like button. Thanks. Oh yeah, if you guys could. Or don't. I don't really give a shit. I've told you 15 times what shows the evidence of an entropy swap, Stefan. If you don't remember, I suggest you go review the question. I don't feel like explaining it to you all day. I don't think you'll understand it even if I do. It is very complex. I told you Gingerballs wrote a DD on this. Why don't you just go read his DD? That guy Gingerball seems pretty legit. Fuck you, J Fresh. Susquehanna series seemed like a joke, but it makes a lot of sense. Imagine being able to take out smaller competition, keeping their name out of the media, and no public scrutiny. Yeah. In the money DDS leaps or in the money Google leaps? Ooh. Why buy leaps in the money on either one? I could see selling CSPs on Google for the split, but why leaps? Damn it, am I shadow banned again? Probably not. I'm probably just ignoring you. Sorry, Zakir. Hey, Gurk, thanks for all you do. Thanks, the good, the bad, and the Dan. I appreciate it, man. Am I grumpy? No. Spy dead? Probably not. Spy's just kind of stuck. It's just gonna sit there at 429. I can't see it pushing up much higher into tomorrow until the CPI report is out, which means it's gonna move in the pre-market, right? So it's risky. I probably wouldn't carry Spy overnight. I might not carry Apple overnight either. We'll see. It's already slipping a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna set a stop. It's fine. Buying that wheat dip? No. Just sitting on it. Jimmy dead for today? Yeah, I think so. Yes, you are. I've been here since the very start and can notice you're tired. I mean, the entropy swap itself doesn't cover any price movement. It's the covering of the underlying that the entropy swap hedges against that would benefit a 3 to 4 month call option. But if that's all going to happen at once, why buy a call option 3 or 4 months out? Jimmy's not really dropping on no news. It's just not doing much on no news, which is to be expected. What do you think hints RC gives us for the 10th of March? That one tweet, that was just a joke though. The 10th of March, tomorrow, is the 69th day of the year, and also the CME rollover date. I just stopped out of AMD calls. Probably better anyway with CPI coming out. Probably. I think my stop's a little low, but I have a lot of time on those. I don't think I'm gonna probably sell. I think my weeklies are stopped out though. They should be. Thanks, Street Lamp. Pineapple Pizza DRS, or put a tinfoil hat on and stream through PowerPoint app. I don't know. You need to sleep. Like, go to a doctor, get some insomnia medication. You need sleep and Ambien. The problem is if you buy 3 to 4 months out, the price is going to experience a dip, right? So if you're here, and this is what we've all run into, if you're here and you buy out here, right, for increase in price, the price is going to go down from the point which you buy till it bottoms out right before the day they have to cover, and then it'll spike. So you're going to lose just a shitload of value in your option as it's not only driven out of the money, but theta decays over this time period. So it's much better to just buy one here for 4 months out than to buy one at the beginning of this for 4 months out. Or you just have like this cycle where it fucking drops and then comes up a little and then drops again. And they just didn't fucking cover it all. I think you have sleep apnea. I don't think so. I probably do. How high is too high for IV for BBBY leaps? Give me a second, I'll take a look. Expiration. Ugh. Look at. I can only look as far out as 520. Currently very high. I would say around 100% is a good buy-in. It's been basically above 100 since, except for a few moments. It's been at like, well, hold on. It's been between 90 and 100 since late Jan. There was a period between the beginning of January and the 27th where the average was around 70 to 80. But it's been fairly elevated since they announced the buy-in back in November. So I would say if you can get it under 100, that's really good. What is it right now? It's not. Yeah, so I mean, like at the money, 6% lower, maybe would be a good place. Do you snore? If you snore, we're gonna have to break up. We're not together, Trash. Nice try. War is over, or why the run before CPI tomorrow? It's partially like VIX dropping and the oil prices going down a little bit today, relieving some of that, a little bit of the fear, right? But with CPI tomorrow, it can climb right back. Although, don't get me wrong, CPI could be good, right? If CPI is good, the market's gonna rip. So it's moving right up to that resistance and just sitting there, right? And we'll see what happens. If it fails, then it's gonna dump. If CPI misses or comes out higher like than expected, we're gonna see it come back down, probably into that like 416 range again. Bear markets are volatile. Enjoy it. I get an ooh yeah. Yeah, that was enough. I didn't fart. Is buying into uranium chasing? Not if you're okay with waiting a few years. Sure, what do you want to know, Surface Smurf? You could have just asked the question and I would have answered it. Happy birthday, by the way. If CPI comes in at 6.9, we're going to go up. With oil spiking, we're kind of assured that CPI is going to be higher than expected, though. But was it spiking when they did the report? It's reverse looking, right? And it'll be, I mean, the report will be weighed against the current price of oil. See, I want to agree with the stagflation assessment, but at the same time, like wages really aren't that high. I don't have ADHD. What do you mean I obviously have ADHD? I do love stocks. I'm not gonna lie about that. Have you ever had Elkhart? No, I can't say that I have. I think I had veal heart one time. I'm not really sure if it was or not, but I think that's what it was. I was pretty young. CPI data is out tomorrow. Yeah, that's true. We'll see. I mean, I expect inflation to be up, but is it going to be up over the estimate is the question. See you later, Steven. Ugh. I've had a change of heart. Unwatched. Later, Fluffy. Do you close your account position or roll it into Roblox? I definitely didn't roll it into fucking Roblox. No, I'm still not stopped out of cat. Which ECS will hit the reg show tomorrow? Tune in. Thoughts on holding CVX weeklies overnight? I don't even know what that is, man. What do they do? I'm not tired. Yawns. It's yeah, but yawning's not from being tired. It's from a lack of oxygen. Hey, you make me feel yawny again, bastard. He's had Pigeonwell Heart. I know it. Of course I have. What do you think I need to go see the Dans to get? What did you do prior to investing? I was a VP of logistics for a marijuana distributor for like 3 years. And then before that, investing. It's an oxygen pill. Would you rather be forced to buy a boatload of AMC and sell CCs to make any money, or sell your body behind a Wendy's to make ends meet? Number 2, Bob. I'd take the Wendy's. At least you get free food. Chevron? I mean, if you have weeklies and you're up, which I don't think you would be on oil today, no, I probably wouldn't hold them overnight. But if you are in fact up, also no. It's risky. But it's up to you. I mean, it depends on how you think the CPI data is going to play out. As a VP for marijuana, they were like a legitimate, boring marijuana company. It wasn't nearly as exciting as selling drugs out of the back of an Oldsmobile. It was arguably the most boring job I've ever had. And all of my coworkers were high all the time and fucked things up constantly. Is it safe to hold leaps overnight? I hope so. So we absolutely don't have to expect some up tomorrow. No. We could see some, but we don't have to go up. If the market comes down, they'll just stagnate in CNS throughout the middle of the day. As they do. Or do they need a nightlight or something? I never bought this much theta before. No, it's okay. Just leave them there. You leave them there until they're worth more. Legal cannabis companies are where dreams go to die. They're pretty boring. Were you the only non-stoner there? For the most part, yeah, I think. I think basically everyone else I worked with smoked weed. Even like the execs were just like the C-suite were just high all the time. Well, that's not true. The accounting guy, I don't think, smoked a lot of weed. or any. He was more of an older, refined gentleman. But all the board members were complete fucking potheads, pot and other shit. Options being worth more than what I paid for them. How do you do this? It's kind of cool, right? I want to set it all hedge fund managers to work to punch him in the face and order a McDouble. Roaring Pickle Hidden Kitty. Okay, that's the best name of today. How did you pass the drug confirmation screening? There wasn't one. I need CBD in my life? Why? It doesn't do anything. It's literally snake oil. Unless it's combined with cannabis, it does nothing. CBD doesn't do shit. Do you think... I'm not going to get into this. I'm not going to argue with people that think CBD and essential oils cure medical ailments. This is like the fucking chiropractor argument all over again. Oh, but I read about it on Facebook. CBD seemed like opposite of Peloton. Don't talk to me or my essential oils ever again. You know, Gebsis, I don't take CBD every night, and then I also go to sleep. I bet you don't believe in vegetable oil either. I'm not a Taurus. What is that? What? Okay. Jesus Christ. Not sleeping and hating CBD are clearly defined Scorpio traits. Hear me out. What if you took a big piece of salt, got it hot, and slept near it? That's pretty clear scientific medicine, right? Oh, fucking J Fresh. Probably the first time I disagree with you on that one. I work in hospital research. You do need both CBD and THC. Many uses in cancer and neuro pain management. Yeah, but that's what I said. You need CBD. You need cannabinoids to have the CBD bind to the receptors. So if it's just straight CBD, nothing. Fucking vegetable, literally vegetable oil. Don't put your crystals in the moonlight during a full moon. But then when am I supposed to recharge them so I can fucking... What do you use the crystals for? I don't know. Whatever you do for MOASS. Nicotine works. It does exactly what I want it to do. Which is get rid of my craving for more nicotine. Briefly. Do you think my $22 BBBY puts will be assigned this week? I mean, it's not trading between below $22. I thought you were okay with them being assigned. Why would I quit nicotine? I like it. What if you put CBD oil on your jade egg? I used to smoke cigarettes, yeah. Like way too many of them. Good thing vaping doesn't cause lung cancer. Or at least no one knows yet. And I'm okay with that. I'd give you a $50 donation if we had a Runic Glory Princess interview. I don't know what you mean. Have you ever stopped to consider this whole trading thing is pointless because we may just get hit by a billboard falling from the sky? I mean, yeah. Like all of us at once? Or just one billboard per person? Y'all ever boof ecstasy? Asking the real questions. Why'd you start smoking cigarettes? Because I was 14 and my friends did. The shill of all time, Pink Cat's on acid with all of her glory and ties to the deep and dark web. Oh, Jesus. I really hope I've managed to start a subreddit where the primary moderators are not also just insane trailer trash. We'll find out soon enough. Is anybody just stoked for the mod drama to kick off? I think it's going to be between Carl and Darth Dan. Darth Dan keeps making advances. Carl keeps turning him down. It's going to be exciting. Do you feel a buzz from the nicotine? Nope. Although there isn't a lot of nicotine in this anymore. To be fair, I've kind of averaged down as low as it goes. Trash Dan for mod. That would be moving in the direction of having insane trailer trash from Oklahoma moderate the sub. This is why Dans aren't allowed. No, Darth Dan's not a mod yet. Not until after MOASS. But he is an exiled moderator, and so still part of the same group. I can't believe this. Okay, first of all, how dare you? You were the one who told me about your hot cousins. So he's a mod when there's no stream? Sure. How sure are we that Trash Dan isn't one of them big cat folks? Well, Trash Dan is a duck, so I'd imagine he doesn't put himself in a situation where he'd be around a lot of big cats. That doesn't seem like a win-win. Although you never know. War not over. Why crash? Because war hasn't started. Like, I mean, it started for the people involved, but not for the people that want to make money on it. Point 0.5% bump in inflation. Like, if there's a huge bump, then JPAL might move forward with a slightly higher rate hike. Bye, Greek. I hate you. Enjoy your calc. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. I hate you too. Hey, the day's over. Ding ding. Buy, sell wall, trap? No, just nothing. Can you stay another 4 hours? No, absolutely not. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Have a lovely night.
Chinese mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinneys.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulond.